You were never meant to hold the world in your hands, yet day after day you try. You try to manage every outcome, every reaction, every future moment that hasn't even arrived yet. You replay conversations that are already over. You rehearse problems that may never happen. You carry responsibilities that were never yours to begin with. And when everything finally goes quiet, when the phone stops buzzing, when the day loosens its grip, when no one is asking anything of you, your mind doesn't rest. It tightens. Thoughts keep moving. What if I chose wrong? What if I lose control? What if everything falls apart if I let go, even for a moment? Not because you're broken, not because you're weak, but because you were taught that control equals safety, that holding tighter means caring more, that if you don't manage everything, something terrible will happen. The Stoics understood this struggle long before us. They saw that the mind suffers most when it tries to command what was never meant to obey. They taught that peace begins the moment you stop arguing with reality, that freedom doesn't come from controlling life, but from choosing how you meet it. There is a quieter strength available to you, not force, not resistance, but acceptance. Acceptance is not giving up. It is putting down the weight you were never designed to carry. It is knowing where your power truly ends and where wisdom begins. It is learning to move with life instead of against it. This is not about doing less. It's about fighting less. Not about surrendering your will, but about releasing the illusion that everything depends on you. In the moments ahead, we will explore what the Stoics knew deeply. Peace is not found in mastery over the world, but in mastery over your response to it. And when you stop trying to control everything, life doesn't collapse. It opens, and in that opening, you finally breathe. Something begins to shift the moment you realize that tension has become your normal. Not the loud kind, but the quiet kind you carry everywhere. The kind that tightens your chest for no clear reason. The kind that makes rest feel uncomfortable and silence feel unsafe. This is where the real work starts. Not by adding effort, but by noticing what has been costing you peace all along. Control often looks harmless on the surface. It wears the mask of responsibility, ambition, and care. It tells you that if you stay alert, if you manage every detail, if you think far enough ahead, you can prevent pain. But beneath that mask, something more aggressive is happening. There is a kind of inner force that turns against you when control goes unchecked. A silent violence that doesn't bruise the body, but slowly exhausts the mind. This violence doesn't show up all at once. It builds quietly. Each time you refuse to accept uncertainty, the mind tightens a little more. Each time you replay a moment you can't change, you strike the same wound again. Each time you demand clarity where none exists, you push your nervous system into a state of constant alert. The body was never designed to live like this. It confuses preparation with danger and turns everyday life into a battlefield. At its core, control is an argument with reality. It is the belief that life should behave according to your expectations, timelines, and preferences. When it doesn't, and it rarely does, you experience frustration, anger, or self-blame. The Stoics warned against this, not because control is immoral, but because it is ineffective. You end up fighting shadows. Reality remains unchanged, but you are drained by the effort of resisting it. The hidden violence shows itself in how you treat your own thoughts. You interrogate them. You try to silence fear instead of understanding it. You force positivity when honesty is what the moment needs. Over time, This creates an internal split. One part of you feels, another part polices those feelings. Peace becomes impossible because the mind is never allowed to be honest without correction. Control also distorts your sense of responsibility. You begin to believe that outcomes define your worth. If something fails, you failed. If someone is unhappy, you must have done something wrong. This is a heavy burden to carry, and it was never assigned to you by life itself. It was learned, often early, often silently, and once learned, it feels normal, even noble, to carry it. But the cost is constant tension. Sleep becomes shallow. Rest feels undeserved. Joy feels fragile because you're always preparing for it to be taken away. Even success brings little relief because the mind immediately looks for the next variable to manage. This is how control steals satisfaction. Nothing is ever enough because enough would require letting go. The Stoics approached this differently. They drew a firm line between what belongs to you and what does not. Your actions, your intentions, your values, these are yours. Outcomes, reactions, chance, and timing, these are not. When you blur this line, you punish yourself for things outside your reach. That punishment is the violence, and it continues as long as you believe tension is proof of effort. Letting go of control does not mean becoming passive. It means redirecting energy away from constant correction and toward clear action. It means allowing discomfort without adding resistance to it. Fear loses strength when it is acknowledged without being commanded. Thoughts lose power when they are observed without being obeyed. This is not weakness. It is discipline of a higher kind. When you stop trying to control everything, the body begins to relax in ways you forgot were possible. Breathing deepens. Decisions become simpler. You respond instead of react. You still care, but without strangling the moment. Life becomes something you participate in, not something you supervise. The hidden violence of control ends when you stop mistaking tension for safety, when you accept that uncertainty is not a threat, but a condition of being alive. The mind was never meant to carry the weight of the world. It was meant to meet each moment as it comes, do what it can, and release the rest. And in that release, something unexpected appears. Not chaos, not collapse, but space. And in that space, a quieter strength begins to grow. When the grip of control begins to loosen, something unfamiliar appears. Not fear this time, but a strange silence. The kind that feels empty at first, because you are no longer forcing life to behave. That silence can feel unsettling, until you notice it has always been there, waiting, and it quietly points you toward a truth that has never needed your approval. Nature has never asked for permission, not from you, not from anyone. The sun rises whether you are ready or not. Seasons change without checking your plans. The body ages even when the mind resists. Storms arrive without warning. Healing happens on its own timeline. Loss shows up uninvited. Growth does the same. This is not cruelty, it is order. And the more closely you look, the more obvious it becomes that life was never designed to negotiate. The frustration many people feel comes from forgetting this. Somewhere along the way, you were taught, subtly or directly, that effort should grant control. That if you do the right things, life should respond politely. But nature does not operate on fairness as humans define it. It operates on balance, cycles, cause and effect. A tree does not ask if now is a good time to shed its leaves. It lets go because holding on would destroy it. This is where acceptance stops being a philosophy and becomes a necessity. Fighting nature is exhausting because you cannot win. You can delay, deny, complain, or distract yourself, but the current keeps moving. The Stoics understood that wisdom begins with alignment, not obedience, but recognition. They observed nature carefully because it reveals how to live without self-destruction. Nature teaches through repetition. Day follows night. Tension follows resistance. Ease follows surrender. When you try to force outcomes, you create friction. When you cooperate with reality, effort becomes lighter. This does not mean you stop acting. It means you stop demanding guarantees. You plant the seed, but you do not yell at the soil. Look at how the body responds when you stop interfering. Cuts heal, breathing finds its rhythm, sleep returns when you stop chasing it. Even emotions move more freely when they are not judged or suppressed. Nature knows how to restore balance when you stop interrupting it with fear and control. There is also humility in this lesson. Realizing that you are not the center of the universe can feel uncomfortable at first. But that discomfort quickly turns into relief. You no longer have to manage everything. You are part of something much larger, something that existed before you and will continue after you. That does not make you small. It makes you connected. Nature also shows that change is not a problem to solve, but a process to move through. Winter is not a mistake, neither is decay, neither is rest. Modern life teaches you to see stillness as laziness and endings as failure. Nature shows the opposite. Without rest, nothing grows. Without endings, nothing begins. When you resist change, you suffer twice. Once from the change itself, and again from your refusal to accept it. When you allow change, pain may still be present, but it does not harden into bitterness. Acceptance softens impact. It keeps suffering from turning into identity. Nature does not rush. A river does not panic when it meets a rock. It does not force its way through. It moves around it. Over time, the rock changes shape, not because of aggression, but persistence. This is a powerful lesson for the mind. Strength does not always look like pressure. Often, it looks like patience. When you stop asking life to ask permission, you stop taking things personally that were never about you. Delays are no longer insults. Setbacks are no longer verdicts. They become part of the rhythm. You respond instead of react. You adjust instead of collapse. Acceptance grows naturally when you understand this, not as resignation, but as trust. Trust that you can meet what comes without controlling everything. Trust that you do not need certainty to move forward. Trust that life can be unpredictable without being hostile. Nature never asks for permission because it does not doubt itself. It flows, it adapts, it releases. When you align with that same attitude, something inside you settles. You stop fighting time. You stop arguing with reality. And slowly, without force, you learn how to live in a way that feels less like survival and more like belonging. As you begin to move with life instead of against it, another habit quietly loosens its grip. The need to rush, the urge to fix, the pressure to always respond. When you stop fighting nature's flow, you start to notice how often movement was never required in the first place. And this realization opens the door to a skill that feels almost uncomfortable in a world addicted to action. Stillness is misunderstood. It is often mistaken for laziness, avoidance, or fear. But the Stoics saw something deeper. They understood that there is a kind of wisdom that only appears when you do not immediately move, when you do not speak, when you do not react. Standing still for them was not the absence of strength. It was proof of it. Most suffering comes from premature action. You feel discomfort and rush to escape it. You sense uncertainty and rush to decide. You feel emotion and rush to express it or suppress it. This constant motion keeps the mind busy but not clear. It creates the illusion of control while quietly pulling you further from peace. The Stoic art of standing still begins with restraint. Not physical restraint, but inner restraint. The ability to pause before agreeing with your thoughts, to delay reaction until clarity arrives, to let emotions rise and fall without being dragged by them. This pause is powerful because it breaks the automatic cycle that keeps you trapped. When something unexpected happens, the mind wants immediate resolution. It searches for blame, meaning, or action. Standing still interrupts this pattern. It gives reality space to reveal itself. Often, what feels urgent loses its intensity when given time. What feels unbearable becomes manageable when not resisted. Stillness is where judgment softens. Instead of labeling events as good or bad, fair or unfair, you observe them as they are. This does not mean you approve of everything. It means you stop adding unnecessary suffering through interpretation. The Stoics believed that events themselves are neutral. It is the story you tell about them that determines your peace. Standing still also protects you from regret. Many mistakes are not caused by lack of intelligence, but by lack of pause. Words spoken too quickly, decisions made in emotional heat, reactions fueled by fear. Stillness gives you the chance to respond from values instead of impulses. This kind of stillness feels unnatural at first. The body is used to tension. The mind is used to noise. Silence can feel threatening because it removes distraction. But if you stay with it, something shifts. You begin to notice thoughts without becoming them. You see emotions without drowning in them. You realize that not every thought deserves action. The Stoics practiced this through awareness. They paid attention to what was happening inside before acting outside. This awareness created distance. Distance created choice. And choice created freedom. Standing still is not freezing. It is choosing the right moment to move. Nature reflects this principle perfectly. Predators do not chase endlessly. They wait. Seeds do not rush to grow. They remain underground until conditions are right. Even the heart rests between beats. Constant motion would destroy it. Stillness is not a break from life. It is part of its design. In modern life, stillness is rare. You are rewarded for speed, urgency, and visibility. Silence is often seen as weakness. Pauses are filled with noise. But this constant stimulation keeps you reactive. It keeps you living on the surface of experience. When you practice standing still, you begin to reclaim depth. Conversations become more thoughtful. Decisions become more intentional. You stop being pulled in every direction by external demands. You become harder to provoke and easier to trust. Standing still also teaches patience with yourself. You stop forcing growth. You stop demanding immediate answers. You allow understanding to unfold naturally. This patience reduces self-criticism and builds resilience. You learn that clarity cannot be rushed without being distorted. There is courage in stillness. It takes courage to sit with uncertainty without escaping it, to face discomfort without numbing it, to wait without knowing the outcome. This courage strengthens the mind more than constant action ever could. Over time, stillness becomes a refuge, not a place you hide, but a place you return to, a space where you regain perspective, where you remember that you are not required to respond to everything, that silence can be wise, that waiting can be active. The Stoic art of standing still teaches you that power is not always visible. Sometimes it looks like calm in chaos. Sometimes it looks like patience in pressure. Sometimes it looks like doing nothing until doing something truly matters. And when you learn this art, life stops feeling like a race you are losing and starts feeling like a path you are finally walking with intention. When stillness becomes familiar, something deeper begins to surface. Without constant action, without the rush to fix or react, you are left face to face with a quieter question. Not, what should I do next? But, who am I if I stop managing everything? This is where many people instinctively tighten their grip again, not because control works, but because letting go threatens something fragile inside. Control is often less about the world and more about identity. For many, it is the glue that holds the self together. Roles, routines, achievements, responsibilities, these become answers to the question of who you are. When you are productive, needed, successful, or in charge, the sense of self feels solid. But when those things are challenged, delayed, or taken away, fear rushes in. Not fear of failure, but fear of disappearing. This is the hidden panic beneath control. If you stop controlling outcomes, who are you? If plans fall apart, if expectations are not met, if others do not respond as hoped, what remains? Control becomes a shield against this uncertainty. It creates the feeling of structure, even when that structure is exhausting. The Stoics understood that identity built on externals is unstable. Titles change, health fades, circumstances shift, approval comes and goes. When the self is tied to these things, every loss feels personal. Every setback feels like an attack on who you are. Control then becomes a desperate attempt to keep the self intact. This fear often develops early. You learn that being useful earns love, that being strong earns respect, that being successful earns safety. Over time, these lessons harden into beliefs. You start equating worth with performance. When performance is threatened, the self feels threatened. Control rushes in to restore order. But this kind of order is fragile. It requires constant maintenance. You must stay alert. You must keep proving yourself. You must keep managing impressions and outcomes. The mind never rests because rest feels like erasure. Silence feels like emptiness. Letting go feels like falling apart. The Stoic approach gently dismantles this fear. It separates who you are from what you do. It teaches that your identity does not live in outcomes, but in character, in how you choose to act, not what happens afterward, in your values, not your victories. This shift is subtle but life-changing. When identity is rooted internally, control loosens naturally. You no longer need the world to confirm your existence. You stop chasing certainty to feel real. You can allow things to unfold without panicking that you will disappear in the process. This does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop defining yourself by what you cannot command. You still act with intention, but without tying your sense of self to results. Failure no longer threatens your identity. Success no longer inflates it. Both become experiences, not verdicts. The fear of identity collapse often shows up as overthinking. If you can explain everything, predict everything, plan everything, then nothing can surprise you into self-doubt. But life does not cooperate with this strategy. Surprises are inevitable, and each surprise exposes how shaky an identity built on control really is. The Stoics encouraged a different anchor. They asked simple but powerful questions. Did you act with integrity? Did you respond with reason? Did you stay aligned with your values? These questions remain answerable even when everything else falls apart. They give the self something solid to stand on. When you let go of control, there may be a brief sense of loss, a feeling of emptiness. This is not collapse, it is space. Space that was previously filled with tension, monitoring, and self-surveillance. In this space, a more stable identity can form, one that does not need constant reinforcement. You begin to experience yourself as something continuous, not dependent on circumstances. You are still you when plans fail, still you when things are uncertain, still you when others are unhappy. This realization is deeply calming. It removes the pressure to perform existence. The fear fades slowly, not because life becomes predictable, but because your sense of self becomes resilient. You no longer need to control everything to feel whole. You trust that you can meet whatever comes without losing yourself. This is one of the quiet freedoms of acceptance. You stop guarding an identity that was never meant to be defended so aggressively. You allow yourself to be human, not a manager of reality. And in doing so, you discover that the self you were trying so hard to protect was never as fragile as you feared. As the fear of losing yourself begins to soften, another belief quietly comes into view. It hides behind good intentions and hard work. It sounds reasonable, even fair, and yet it is one of the most painful illusions people carry without realizing it. The idea that life owes you something because you did everything right. This belief forms slowly. You show up, you sacrifice, you act responsibly, you try to be kind, you follow the rules you were given. Somewhere along the way, an unspoken expectation settles in. If I live well, if I endure, if I make the right choices, then life should reward me. If something goes wrong, it feels not just disappointing, but unjust. This is the illusion of moral credit, the belief that goodness accumulates like points, and that those points can be exchanged for favorable outcomes. When reality doesn't honor that exchange, frustration turns into bitterness. You don't just feel hurt, you feel wronged. The Stoics warned against this trap because it quietly poisons the mind. It turns virtue into a transaction. You stop acting well for the sake of integrity and start acting well for protection. And when protection doesn't arrive, the mind feels betrayed. This illusion often sounds like quiet thoughts. Why is this happening to me? I did everything I was supposed to do. I don't deserve this. These thoughts feel natural, even reasonable, but they contain an assumption that life operates on a moral accounting system. It does not. Nature does not keep score. Misfortune is not a punishment. Success is not a reward. Events unfold according to causes far larger than individual effort. When you attach moral meaning to outcomes, you personalize randomness, and that personalization creates suffering. The Stoics separated virtue from results with great care. For them, virtue was complete in itself. Acting with honesty, patience, courage, and restraint was not a means to an end. It was the end. Once you tie virtue to reward, you give away your peace to forces you cannot control. The illusion of moral credit also distorts how you see others. When someone succeeds easily, resentment can arise. They didn't work as hard. They didn't suffer as much. They don't deserve it. When someone fails, judgment appears. They must have done something wrong. This thinking simplifies a complex world into moral shortcuts that rarely reflect reality. Letting go of this illusion feels uncomfortable at first. It can feel like giving up hope, but what you are really giving up is false expectation. You are freeing yourself from the constant disappointment of waiting for life to settle a score it never agreed to keep. This does not make life meaningless. It makes virtue lighter. You stop carrying it like a shield and start living it like a compass. You act well because it aligns you internally, not because you expect protection externally. When you release moral credit, you also release a deep source of anger. You stop feeling cheated by outcomes you could never control. You stop asking why life is unfair and start asking how to respond well anyway. This shift restores agency where it actually belongs. The Stoics believed that suffering intensifies when you add judgment to pain. Pain may be unavoidable, but the belief that it shouldn't have happened to you is optional. Once that belief loosens, pain still exists, but it does not harden into resentment. This lesson also brings humility. You realize that good fortune is not proof of superiority, and misfortune is not proof of failure. Both pass through human lives without asking permission or checking character first. This understanding softens how you treat yourself and others. Living without moral credit does not make you passive. It makes you steady. You stop demanding guarantees before acting well. You stop measuring your worth by how things turn out. You stop waiting for life to acknowledge your effort. Instead, you find satisfaction in alignment, in knowing that you acted according to your values regardless of the outcome. This creates a kind of inner closure that does not depend on circumstances. Even when things go wrong, you are not left empty-handed. The illusion fades gradually. You may catch yourself returning to it during difficult moments. That is natural. Each time you notice it, you have a choice. You can either argue with reality, or you can release the expectation that reality owes you fairness on your terms. When you let go of moral credit, life becomes less personal and more honest. You stop seeing hardship as a verdict on your worth. You stop seeing success as proof that you are safe. You meet events as they are, without demanding they validate you. And in that shift, something subtle but powerful happens. You become freer to act with integrity, without fear of disappointment. You stop bargaining with life and start participating in it. Not because you expect a reward, but because living well is already complete on its own. Once the need for moral credit fades, another habit becomes easier to notice. It looks productive. It sounds responsible. It is often praised by others. Yet underneath, it is driven by fear rather than wisdom. This is the moment when preparation quietly turns into a hiding place for anxiety. Preparation, in its healthy form, is calm and focused. It is rooted in clarity. You gather what you need, you act, and then you rest. Anxiety-driven preparation feels different. It never ends. There is always one more scenario to consider, one more backup plan, one more thing to think through. The mind stays busy, but never satisfied. At first, this kind of preparation feels safe. Planning gives the illusion of control. It tells you that if you think far enough ahead, nothing will catch you off guard. But life does not reward excessive anticipation. It simply waits, and then does what it was always going to do. The Stoics were careful about this. They valued readiness, but they warned against mental rehearsals that steal peace from the present. Preparing for every possible future is not wisdom. It is fear wearing the clothes of responsibility. Anxiety-based preparation keeps the mind stuck in tomorrow. You live slightly ahead of your own life, always bracing for impact. Even good moments feel incomplete because part of you is scanning for what might go wrong next. Joy becomes fragile. Rest feels irresponsible. Stillness feels dangerous. This habit often begins with good intentions. You want to protect yourself. You want to protect others. You want to avoid pain. Over time, protection turns into overvigilance. The nervous system forgets how to stand down. It stays alert even when there is no threat. The Stoics taught that the future is outside your control. You can influence it through action, but you cannot possess it through thought. When you confuse thinking with controlling, you exhaust yourself without gaining certainty. Preparation becomes a disguise for anxiety when it no longer leads to action, but replaces it. You plan instead of deciding. You analyze instead of trusting. You research instead of moving. This creates the feeling of progress without the risk of commitment. Anxiety prefers this state because it avoids finality. There is also a deeper cost. Constant preparation sends a message to the mind that the world is unsafe. That message shapes how you experience everything. Neutral situations feel threatening. Small uncertainties feel overwhelming. The body stays tense, waiting for something to go wrong. Healthy preparation has an endpoint. Anxiety does not. The Stoics encouraged knowing when to stop. Do what is reasonable, then release the rest. Once preparation turns into rumination, it is no longer serving you. It is feeding fear. This is where acceptance becomes practical. Acceptance does not mean ignoring the future. It means respecting its limits. You prepare for what is likely, not for everything that is possible. You accept that some things will surprise you, no matter how ready you think you are. Letting go of excessive preparation can feel risky at first. The mind may protest. It will say you are being careless. But what you are really doing is choosing presence over illusion. You are trusting your ability to respond when the time comes, rather than trying to live every moment in advance. The Stoics believed that resilience comes from character, not prediction. You do not need to foresee every challenge to meet it well. You need steadiness, values, and clarity in the moment. These qualities cannot be planned into existence. They are practiced through living. When preparation is balanced, it creates confidence. When it is driven by anxiety, it creates tension. Learning the difference requires honesty. Ask yourself not how much you are planning, but why. Is it helping you act or helping you avoid uncertainty? As you release this habit, the mind slowly learns a new lesson. That uncertainty is not an emergency. That not knowing is not a failure. That you are allowed to rest even when the future is unclear. This shift brings relief. The present moment becomes livable again. You stop sacrificing today for a tomorrow that keeps changing. You prepare wisely, then you step back. You allow life to meet you where you are, instead of chasing it mentally at every turn. In doing so, you recover something essential: trust. Not blind trust in outcomes, but trust in yourself. Trust that you can adapt. Trust that you do not need to carry the future on your shoulders. Trust that preparation has a place, but fear does not get to decide how much of your life it occupies. When preparation stops being a disguise for anxiety, it becomes what it was always meant to be: a tool, not a refuge. And with that change, the mind finally learns how to be alert without being afraid, ready without being tense, and present without constantly trying to escape what has not yet arrived. As anxiety loosens its grip and preparation returns to its proper size, another weight becomes easier to notice. It has been sitting quietly on your shoulders for years, disguised as responsibility and independence. You may not have named it before, but you have felt it every time something went wrong, and you immediately asked yourself what you should have done differently. This is the burden of believing that you must be the author of everything that happens in your life. Many people live as if they are writing every line of the story alone. Every success must be earned entirely through effort. Every failure must be traced back to a personal mistake. Every unexpected turn becomes evidence that you missed something, misunderstood something, or failed to manage something properly. Life turns into a constant editing process, and the mind never leaves the desk. This belief feels empowering at first. Being the author suggests control, agency, and meaning. It tells you that if you are smart enough, careful enough, disciplined enough, you can shape the entire narrative. But over time, this belief becomes heavy, because authorship, when taken too far, turns into self-blame. The Stoics rejected this idea gently but firmly. They did not deny personal responsibility, but they refused total ownership of outcomes. They understood that life is co-authored by forces far beyond individual will. Chance, timing, other people's choices, health, history, and circumstance all hold the pen as well. When you forget this, you begin to carry responsibility that does not belong to you. This burden shows up most clearly after disappointment. When something fails, the mind rushes to rewrite the past. If only I had said this. If only I had acted sooner. If only I had known. These thoughts create the illusion that there was a perfect version of events you failed to execute. But this illusion ignores the limits of knowledge you had at the time. You judge yesterday with today's information and punish yourself for not being able to see the future. Being the author of everything also distorts how you experience success. Achievements bring relief instead of joy. You are glad it worked, but immediately tense about keeping it that way. If you created this outcome, you must now maintain it. The story never gets to rest. Each chapter demands another. This mindset leaves little room for grace toward yourself or others. When you believe you are responsible for everything, you assume others are too. Compassion becomes conditional. Mistakes feel less human and more criminal. Life loses its softness. The Stoics offered a different way of seeing authorship. They taught that you are responsible for your intentions and actions, not for how the story unfolds afterward. You choose how you show up. You do not choose how the world responds. This distinction changes everything. When you stop trying to write every outcome, you begin to participate instead. You take your part seriously, but you do not demand control over the entire play. This removes a deep layer of pressure. You no longer have to justify every turn of events as something you caused or failed to prevent. This shift also changes how you relate to regret. Regret loses its sharp edge when you accept that you acted with the best understanding you had at the time. You learn from the past without rewriting it as a personal failure. Reflection replaces self-punishment. The burden of authorship often comes from a fear of meaninglessness. If you are not in control, does anything you do matter? The Stoics answered this clearly. Meaning does not come from controlling outcomes. It comes from aligning actions with values. Even in uncertainty, even in loss, your choices still matter, just not in the way anxiety demands. Letting go of total authorship does not make life random or empty. It makes it shared. You begin to see how much of life unfolds through interaction rather than command. Conversations, relationships, opportunities, and even setbacks emerge from countless factors, meeting in ways no single person could design. There is relief in this realization. You no longer have to carry the story alone. You can put down the idea that every chapter must make sense immediately. Some parts will only be understood later. Some will never fully resolve. That does not make them mistakes. When you release this burden, effort becomes cleaner. You do what you can without tying your identity to the result. You act with care, but not with obsession. You allow yourself to be human inside a world that is larger than you. Over time, something softens inside. You stop scanning your life for errors in authorship. You stop asking why you didn't foresee everything. You stop believing that every unexpected turn is evidence of personal failure. Instead, you learn to stand inside your actions with honesty and humility. You recognize what belongs to you and what never did. And in that recognition, the story of your life becomes lighter to live. You are still a participant, still a contributor, still responsible for how you act. But you are no longer trapped by the impossible task of writing every outcome. Life moves again, not as something you must control line by line, but as something you meet, respond to, and continue with. And that, quietly, is where acceptance becomes freedom. When the weight of authorship is finally set down, another belief quietly cracks. It is subtle, deeply ingrained, and rarely questioned. The belief that effort guarantees results. That if you try hard enough, sacrifice long enough, endure patiently enough, life will eventually pay you back. Letting go of this belief can feel unsettling because it challenges one of the oldest promises you were taught to trust. From a young age, effort is praised as a currency. Work hard and you will succeed. Be patient and things will work out. Do the right thing and life will respond in kind. These ideas are comforting because they suggest order. They imply that life operates on a fair exchange system. But over time, experience tells a more complicated story. Effort is real. It matters. It shapes character and opens possibilities. But effort is not a contract. It does not bind life to a specific outcome. When you mistake effort for a guarantee, disappointment feels personal. You don't just feel sad when things fail, you feel cheated. The Stoics addressed this directly. They respected effort deeply, but they never confused it with entitlement. For them, effort was something you give, not something you use to demand. Once effort becomes a bargaining chip, peace disappears. You start watching the results nervously, waiting for proof that your struggle was worth it. This mindset quietly turns work into tension. You are no longer fully present in what you are doing. Part of you is already asking what it will lead to. Will this pay off? Will I be recognized? Will this fix things? The moment effort is tied to expectation, anxiety enters. Life does not sign contracts. It responds to countless factors at once. Timing, chance, other people's choices, health and circumstance all influence outcomes. Effort increases probability, not certainty. When you accept this, you stop interpreting setbacks as verdicts on your worth. Accepting that effort is not a contract does not mean effort is meaningless. It means its value lies elsewhere. Effort builds discipline. It strengthens resilience. It clarifies values. It shapes who you become, regardless of what happens next. This is where the Stoics placed its true worth. When you act without demanding a return, effort becomes lighter. You stop measuring every action by its potential reward. You focus on doing what is reasonable and aligned, then you release the rest. This release protects you from bitterness. Many people burn out not because they work too hard, but because they expect too much certainty from their work. They give effort with the hope that it will finally make life predictable. When it doesn't, exhaustion follows. Acceptance breaks this cycle. There is also a quiet dignity in effort without guarantee. You show up because it is right, not because it ensures comfort. This kind of effort is steady. It does not collapse under disappointment. It does not need applause to continue. The Stoics believe that peace comes from aligning with what you control and releasing what you do not. Effort belongs to you, results do not. When you mix the two, you suffer. When you separate them, you act freely. This lesson also changes how you relate to others. You stop judging people solely by outcomes. You recognize effort that did not lead to success. You develop compassion for unseen struggles. This softens relationships and reduces comparison. Accepting this truth can be painful at first. It may feel like losing a promise you relied on, but what you gain is honesty. You stop waiting for life to confirm your choices. You stop postponing peace until things work out. Effort without contract allows you to rest without guilt. You no longer feel that stopping means failure. You understand that rest does not cancel effort, it sustains it. Over time, this acceptance brings calm persistence. You keep moving, not because you are guaranteed success, but because movement itself is meaningful. You adjust when needed. You continue without resentment. Life becomes less of a negotiation and more of a practice. You act, observe, learn, and continue. Some efforts will lead to results, others will not. Both contribute to growth. When you fully accept that effort is not a contract, something inside you relaxes. You stop demanding fairness from a world that never promised it. You stop tying your worth to outcomes you cannot command.
And in that release, effort finally becomes what it was always meant to be. A choice, a discipline, a reflection of who you are, not a guarantee of what will happen.
As effort is freed from expectation, another word loses its sting. A word most people resist with everything they have: powerlessness. It sounds like defeat, like weakness, like giving up. But the Stoics meant something very different when they spoke about it. For them, powerlessness was not the absence of strength. It was the beginning of clarity. Powerlessness appears the moment you fully accept that some things will not bend, no matter how much you want them to. Other people's choices, the past, sudden loss, illness, timing, chance. You can exhaust yourself fighting these realities, or you can recognize them for what they are. Fixed points. Not enemies, not punishments, simply limits. Most suffering comes from confusing limits with failure. When something cannot be changed, the mind often turns inward and asks what it did wrong. It searches for leverage where none exists. This is how powerlessness turns into shame. But the Stoics separated these things carefully. They saw limits as part of nature, not as judgments on personal ability. To them, powerlessness was a signal, a sign pointing you back to what is actually within reach. When you stop wasting energy on what you cannot control, that energy becomes available for what you can. Your judgments, your actions, your attitude, your character. This redirection is not resignation, it is focus. The fear of powerlessness comes from a belief that control equals safety. If you cannot control something, it must be dangerous. But this belief keeps you tense even when nothing is wrong. You stay on guard, bracing for impact, trying to manage the unmanageable. The body carries this vigilance quietly until it becomes exhaustion. The Stoics taught that acknowledging powerlessness is an act of courage. It requires honesty. It requires dropping the illusion that you can secure life through force of will. This honesty is not passive. It is deeply active. It asks you to choose your battles wisely. When you accept powerlessness in the Stoic sense, you stop arguing with reality. You stop demanding that life explain itself. You stop asking why things should be different. This does not remove pain, but it removes the added layer of resistance that turns pain into suffering. There is also freedom here. When you accept that you cannot control outcomes, you stop living as if every moment is a test you must pass. You allow yourself to act without the pressure of guarantee. You respond instead of panic. You adapt instead of collapse. Powerlessness also restores humility, not the kind that shrinks you, but the kind that places you accurately within the world. You are no longer the center of every event. Not every problem is yours to solve. Not every emotion is yours to fix. This realization lightens the mind. The Stoics believed that strength lies in consent, not dominance. When you consent to reality as it is, you stop wasting effort on denial. You meet events with reason instead of force. This is a quieter strength, but a more reliable one. Powerlessness also deepens compassion. When you see how much of life is shaped by forces beyond individual control, judgment softens. You become less harsh with yourself and others. You recognize effort without demanding success. You see struggle without assuming fault. This acceptance does not mean you stop trying. It means you stop confusing trying with controlling. You do what you can, fully and honestly, and you release what you cannot. This balance creates steadiness. You are no longer thrown off course by every unexpected change. The Stoics practiced this daily. They reminded themselves of limits before life forced the reminder. This preparation was not anxious. It was grounding. It helped them meet difficulty without shock. When hardship arrived, it was not seen as betrayal, but as part of the human condition. Powerlessness, in this sense, becomes a teacher. It teaches patience. It teaches discernment. It teaches where to place your energy. It strips away false responsibility and leaves behind what is real. Over time, this lesson changes how you move through the world. You stop trying to dominate life. You stop measuring your worth by control. You stop fearing uncertainty as if it were an enemy. Instead, you develop a calm acceptance of limits. You understand that some doors will not open, no matter how hard you knock. And instead of standing there forever, you turn toward the doors that are already within reach. This is the Stoic meaning of powerlessness, not collapse, not surrender of will, but alignment with reality. A refusal to waste life fighting what cannot change. A commitment to use your strength where it actually matters. And when you live this way, something unexpected happens. You feel stronger, not weaker, lighter, not defeated, because you are no longer carrying a burden that was never yours to begin with. As powerlessness is finally understood not as defeat but as clarity, another pattern becomes impossible to ignore. The constant checking, the mental hovering, the quiet need to stay involved in every possible outcome. Even when nothing is happening, the mind stays busy, as if stepping back would invite disaster. This is where acceptance often breaks down again, not loudly, but emotionally. Micromanaging fate does not always look dramatic. It often looks like concern, like care, like responsibility. You think ahead, you anticipate reactions, you adjust plans, you prepare for how things might unfold. On the surface, it seems reasonable, but underneath, there is a steady emotional cost being paid every day. The first cost is tension. When you try to manage outcomes that are not yours to manage, the nervous system stays activated. You are never fully at rest because rest feels like neglect. Even in calm moments, there is a background hum of vigilance. The body remains ready, scanning for problems that may never appear. Over time, this tension becomes your baseline. You forget what ease feels like. Calm begins to feel unfamiliar, even unsafe. When things are quiet, the mind fills the space with worries. When things go well, you wait for the other shoe to drop. Joy becomes conditional, temporary, fragile. Micromanaging fate also drains emotional energy. Every scenario you replay, every outcome you rehearse, every detail you try to control takes mental fuel. This leaves less energy for presence, connection, and creativity. You may be physically present in your life, but emotionally elsewhere, managing futures that do not exist yet. There is also a hidden sadness in this habit. When you are constantly managing what might happen, you rarely experience what is happening. Moments pass without being felt. Conversations become tasks. Experiences become checkpoints. Life becomes something to supervise rather than something to live. The Stoics understood that fate does not respond to pressure. Trying to control it does not make it kinder or more predictable. It only makes you more exhausted. They taught that fate unfolds according to causes beyond individual will. The mistake is not wanting good outcomes. The mistake is believing you can force them emotionally. Micromanaging fate also distorts responsibility. You begin to feel accountable for things that are not yours, other people's moods, other people's decisions, the timing of events. When these things do not align, you feel guilt or anxiety, even when you did nothing wrong. This emotional overreach creates constant self-surveillance. This habit can quietly damage relationships. When you are always managing outcomes, you stop allowing others to be themselves. You anticipate reactions instead of listening. You try to prevent discomfort instead of allowing honesty. Over time, this creates distance. Others feel controlled and you feel unappreciated. There is also an emotional cost to hope itself. When hope is mixed with control, it turns into tension. You hope something works out, but you cannot stop monitoring it. You cannot let it unfold. Hope becomes exhausting instead of uplifting. The Stoic alternative is not emotional detachment. It is emotional economy. You invest feelings where they can actually make a difference. You care deeply about your actions, your values, your effort. You release emotional investment in outcomes you cannot command. This shift brings immediate relief. When you stop micromanaging fate, emotions begin to settle. Anxiety reduces not because life becomes certain, but because you stop demanding certainty. You allow events to develop without constant interference. Acceptance also restores emotional honesty. You allow disappointment when things go wrong without layering it with self-blame. You allow joy when things go right without bracing for loss. Emotions move through instead of getting stuck. Micromanaging fate often comes from fear of regret. You believe that if you stay involved enough, you can prevent future pain. But this strategy backfires. Regret does not come from lack of control. It comes from misalignment with values. When you act honestly and reasonably, regret loses its power, even when outcomes disappoint. The Stoics believed that emotional peace comes from consent to reality, not approval, but acceptance. When you consent to the fact that life unfolds beyond your supervision, you stop exhausting yourself emotionally. Letting go does not mean becoming indifferent. It means becoming selective. You stop pouring emotional energy into what you cannot change and start directing it toward what you can influence meaningfully. Over time, this creates emotional resilience. You are no longer shattered by unpredictability. You bend without breaking. You respond instead of unraveling. The emotional highs and lows smooth out, not because life becomes flat, but because you stop amplifying every uncertainty. The emotional cost of micromanaging fate is high, but it is also optional. Once you see it clearly, the habit loses its grip. You begin to step back. You allow space. You trust the process of life without trying to oversee every detail. And in that space, something gentle returns. Emotional availability, presence, a sense of being inside your life instead of standing over it. Fate continues to move as it always has. The difference is that you are no longer chasing it, correcting it, or negotiating with it emotionally. You walk alongside it instead. And that change, though quiet, transforms how life feels from the inside out. As the need to manage fate emotionally begins to fade, a new fear often tries to take its place. If you stop pushing, if you stop worrying, if you stop hovering over every outcome, won't everything fall apart? Won't calm turn into carelessness? Won't acceptance turn into giving up? This fear misunderstands calm entirely. Calm is not passive. It only looks that way to a mind addicted to tension. Most people confuse calm with inaction because they have been taught that urgency equals importance. If you are not stressed, you must not care. If you are not rushing, you must be falling behind. If you are not reacting, you must be weak. But the Stoics saw calm as the opposite of passivity. To them, calm was a sign that the mind was clear enough to act well. A reactive mind moves quickly but blindly. It jumps at problems, defends itself, overcorrects, and often creates new issues while trying to fix the old ones. Calm slows this process just enough to allow judgment. Not delay for the sake of avoidance, but pause for the sake of accuracy. Calm is active because it requires discipline. It takes effort to remain steady when emotions are loud. It takes strength to listen instead of interrupting. It takes control to respond thoughtfully when reacting would be easier. Calm is not the absence of engagement. It is engagement without chaos. The Stoics believed that emotions are natural, but obedience to them is optional. Calm does not mean you do not feel anger, fear, or sadness. It means those emotions do not hijack your behavior. You feel fully, but you choose carefully. This choice is not passive, it is deliberate. When calm is misunderstood, people fear it will make them slower or less competitive. In reality, calm improves precision. Decisions made without panic tend to be simpler and more effective. You waste less energy second-guessing. You stop correcting mistakes created by haste. Action becomes cleaner. Calm also protects you from burnout. Constant urgency drains the nervous system. The body cannot tell the difference between real danger and imagined pressure. Over time, this leads to exhaustion, irritability, and emotional numbness. Calm allows the system to recover while still remaining engaged with life. There is also courage in calm. Staying composed during uncertainty is not avoidance. It is trust in your ability to adapt. Panic tries to control the future. Calm prepares you to meet it. This preparation is internal, not strategic. It strengthens resilience rather than prediction. The Stoics practiced calm by focusing on what depended on them. When attention is placed correctly, the mind stops scattering. You act where action matters. You release what does not. This focus creates efficiency, not apathy. Calm also sharpens perception. When the mind is not clouded by urgency, you notice details. You hear what others are actually saying. You sense when to act and when to wait. Many missed opportunities are not caused by inaction, but by frantic movement in the wrong direction. There is a social dimension to calm as well. Calm people are grounding. They lower the emotional temperature of situations. They listen without escalating. They respond without attacking. This does not mean they lack boundaries. Often their boundaries are clearer because they are not delivered through emotion. Calm also allows values to lead. In moments of pressure, values are often the first thing sacrificed. You say things you regret. You act against your better judgment. Calm keeps values accessible. It gives you enough space to remember who you want to be before you act. Passivity avoids responsibility. Calm accepts it. A passive person disengages. A calm person stays present without being overwhelmed. This distinction matters. Acceptance does not mean you stop participating. It means you stop thrashing. The Stoics did not retreat from life. Many of them held positions of power, responsibility, and influence. Their calm was not withdrawal. It was steadiness under pressure. They trained the mind so that action could come from reason instead of impulse. Calm also deepens endurance. Urgency cannot be sustained. Calm can. It allows you to keep going without breaking yourself. Progress made calmly tends to last longer because it is not fueled by fear. When you embrace calm, you may notice resistance from others. Some people are uncomfortable around steadiness because it exposes their own restlessness. This is not your problem. Calm is not meant to impress. It is meant to stabilize you. Over time, calm becomes a quiet form of leadership, not by commanding attention, but by modeling clarity. People trust those who are not easily shaken. They listen to those who do not panic. Calm creates confidence without force. Understanding that calm is not passive frees you from performing stress to prove commitment. You no longer need to look busy to feel valuable. You let results speak instead of anxiety. This is one of the most misunderstood Stoic lessons. Acceptance does not dull life. It refines it. Calm does not remove action. It improves it. And when you live this way, something shifts internally. You stop equating peace with stagnation. You realize that calm is not the end of effort, but the foundation of wise effort. From this place, you act with intention instead of urgency. You move without panic. You engage without losing yourself. And life, instead of feeling like something you must chase or manage, becomes something you can meet with steadiness and trust. Calm is not passive. It is power that no longer needs to prove itself. As calm settles in and action becomes clearer, the mind often reaches backward instead of forward. Not loudly, not dramatically, but in quiet loops that feel almost reasonable. Short phrases begin to repeat themselves. If only I had known. If only I had acted sooner. If only I had said something different. This is where acceptance is tested again, because the past offers an illusion of control that the present does not. If only thinking feels harmless at first. It sounds reflective. It feels intelligent. It gives the impression that you are learning from experience. But most of the time, it is not learning. It is rumination disguised as wisdom. Instead of guiding you forward, it pulls you into a version of the past that never actually existed. The trap lies in hindsight. Looking back, everything appears clearer. You see connections that were invisible at the time. You judge past decisions with information you did not have then. This creates a false comparison between who you were and who you are now. The mind assumes that because you can see more now, you should have seen more then. This assumption is unfair and deeply damaging. The Stoics warned against this kind of thinking because it replaces acceptance with quiet self-punishment. You replay moments not to understand them, but to rewrite them. And every rewrite ends the same way. You blame yourself for not being able to predict the future. If only thinking also freezes the present. While part of your mind is stuck correcting yesterday, today goes unattended. You may continue functioning, but without full presence. Decisions feel heavier, confidence erodes. You hesitate, afraid of creating more material for future regret. This habit feeds the illusion that life has a correct path that you failed to follow. As if there was one perfect choice hidden among many, and missing it ruined everything. In reality, life unfolds through uncertainty. Every decision carries unknowns. There is no single flawless timeline you were meant to discover. The Stoics understood that regret becomes harmful when it ignores context. You did not act with today's knowledge back then. You acted with what you had. Judging past actions without honoring their context turns growth into guilt. If only thinking also exaggerates your influence. It assumes that a single choice could have controlled outcomes shaped by many forces, other people's actions, timing, chance, circumstances beyond your reach. When you take full responsibility for results you never fully controlled, you deepen suffering unnecessarily. There is also emotional exhaustion here. Replaying the past keeps emotions alive long after events have ended. The body reacts as if the mistake is still happening. Stress hormones rise, sleep suffers. Peace becomes harder to access because the mind refuses to let moments finish. The Stoic response is not denial of mistakes, it is proportion. They believed reflection should lead to adjustment, not self-attack. Once a lesson is learned, repetition serves no purpose. Continuing to punish yourself does not make you wiser, it makes you stuck. Acceptance, in this case, means allowing the past to be incomplete, unresolved, imperfect. You stop demanding closure that reality may not offer. You allow events to exist without fully understanding or approving of them. This does not mean forgetting. It means remembering without reliving. The difference is subtle but powerful. When you remember without emotion, hijacking the present, the past becomes a teacher instead of a jailer. If only thinking often arises from fear of repeating mistakes. You believe that by replaying the past enough times, you can prevent future pain. But this strategy backfires. It keeps you tense, second-guessing, and less able to respond flexibly when new situations arise. The Stoics trusted preparation rooted in character, not memory loops. They focused on developing judgment, restraint, and courage, knowing these qualities would guide future decisions better than endless analysis of old ones. Letting go of if-only thinking also restores compassion toward yourself. You recognize that being human means acting under uncertainty, that errors are part of learning, that growth is not linear or clean. This compassion does not weaken accountability, it clarifies it. You take responsibility where it belongs, then you release what cannot be changed. This balance allows you to move forward without dragging the past behind you. Over time, as if-only thoughts arise, you learn to notice them without following them. You see them as signals of unresolved emotion, not instructions. You acknowledge the feeling, then return to the present. This practice strengthens acceptance. You stop living in correction mode. You stop trying to perfect what has already happened. You accept that the past is fixed, but its meaning is not. When the trap loosens, energy returns. The mind feels lighter. Decisions become easier. You stop fearing the future as much because you are no longer at war with the past. Acceptance grows when you understand that wisdom is not about never making mistakes. It is about not letting mistakes define you. It is about learning, adjusting, and continuing without resentment. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with time. The past is for learning. The present is for living. The future is for action. When you confuse these, suffering multiplies. Letting go of if only thinking restores that alignment. You stop asking how things could have been different and start asking how to meet what is now. And in that shift, the mind finally steps out of the shadow of yesterday and into the quiet strength of the present moment. As the grip of the past finally loosens, another resistance quietly reveals itself. It appears in moments you did not plan for, in changes you did not invite, in delays, detours, and disruptions that arrive without warning. Even when you stop fighting what has already happened, life still finds ways to interrupt you. And how you respond to those interruptions often determines whether acceptance deepens or collapses. Most people live as if their plans are sacred. Schedules, expectations, routines, and timelines become mental contracts with life. When things unfold as expected, the mind feels calm. When they don't, irritation rises. The interruption feels personal, almost disrespectful, as if life broke a rule it was supposed to follow. But life has never promised to stay out of your way. Interruptions are not accidents in the Stoic view. They are part of the structure of reality. Other people act, circumstances shift, bodies change, weather interferes, emotions surface unexpectedly. The mistake is not being interrupted. The mistake is believing you were entitled to an uninterrupted path. Resistance to interruption creates friction. You tense up, you rush, you become impatient. The mind clings to how things were supposed to go instead of responding to how things are going. This creates unnecessary suffering, not because the interruption is painful, but because you refuse to let it exist. The Stoics trained themselves to expect interruption, not with pessimism, but with realism. They understood that flexibility is not weakness. It is preparedness of a deeper kind. When you accept that plans are provisional, interruptions lose their power to shock. Letting life interrupt you does not mean abandoning structure or discipline. It means holding plans lightly. You still move forward, but you allow adjustment without resentment. You stop treating deviation as failure. Interruptions often reveal hidden attachments. You may discover how tightly you cling to control when something small throws you off. A delayed message, a cancelled meeting, an unexpected emotion. These moments expose how much peace was resting on fragile conditions. When you allow interruption, you regain choice. Instead of reacting automatically, you pause. You ask what this moment is asking of you now, not what you are expecting to give. This shift returns agency to the present. Interruptions also teach humility. They remind you that you are not the sole author of your days. Other lives intersect with yours. Other needs appear. Reality adjusts without consulting your schedule. This is not an insult. It is a reminder of shared existence. There is also an opportunity hidden in interruption. Many meaningful moments arrive disguised as disruption. conversations that matter, insights that arise, rest you didn't plan for, lessons you would have missed if everything went smoothly. When you resist interruption, you miss these openings. The Stoics believe that wisdom lies in responding well to what appears, not in clinging to what was planned. A rigid mind breaks under change. A flexible one adapts without losing direction. Letting life interrupt you also reduces anger. Much anger comes from unmet expectations. When you expect things to go a certain way, deviation feels like injustice. When you expect variability, deviation feels normal. The emotional charge dissolves. This practice also deepens patience. Not passive waiting, but active presence. You learn to stay grounded even when plans dissolve. You remain engaged without rushing to restore order. Over time, interruptions stop feeling like obstacles and start feeling like signals. They point you toward something that needs attention. Sometimes that something is external, sometimes it is internal. Fatigue, emotion, unacknowledged needs. Life interrupts when something is being ignored. Acceptance grows when you stop demanding uninterrupted progress. You realize that life is not a straight line. It is a series of adjustments. Each interruption is an invitation to practice alignment rather than resistance. Letting life interrupt you also softens perfectionism. You stop needing everything to go exactly right to feel okay. You allow messiness. You allow change. You allow yourself to be human inside an unpredictable world. This does not mean chaos takes over. It means resilience replaces rigidity. You adapt without collapsing. You adjust without losing yourself. The Stoics did not seek interruption, but they welcomed it when it arrived. They understood that peace does not come from controlling circumstances, but from meeting them without inner rebellion. As this lesson settles, you begin to notice a subtle change. You feel less rushed, less reactive, less personally attacked by change. You move with life rather than against it. Interruptions continue. That will never change. But your relationship to them does. You stop seeing them as threats to your plans and start seeing them as part of the path itself. In letting life interrupt you, you stop fighting the current. You stop insisting on straight lines in a world built on curves. And in that surrender, not of effort, but of resistance, acceptance becomes something you live rather than something you think about. Life does not wait for you to be ready. It moves. When you stop demanding that it move on your terms, you discover that you are far more capable of meeting it than you ever believed. As you begin to let interruptions exist without resistance, another pattern quietly surfaces. It often hides behind confidence, logic, and certainty. It feels justified, even protective. But underneath, it is driven by fear, the fear of being wrong. And with it, the addiction to control tightens again, this time through the need to always be right. Being right feels safe. It creates stability in an uncertain world. When you are right, the ground beneath you feels solid. When you are wrong, that ground feels like it could give way. For many people, control and correctness become intertwined. If I am right, I am safe. If I am wrong, something about me is at risk. This is where control addiction takes a new form. You no longer just manage outcomes, you manage narratives. Conversations become battles to win rather than exchanges to understand. Disagreements feel threatening instead of informative. The mind rushes to defend its position, not because truth is sacred, but because identity feels exposed. The need to be right often begins as self-protection. Being wrong in the past may have led to shame, rejection, or punishment. Over time, correctness becomes armor. You learn to argue well, justify quickly, and double down when challenged. Control grows stronger because it promises emotional safety. But the cost is subtle and ongoing. Relationships become tense. Listening turns into waiting for your turn to respond. Curiosity fades because curiosity risks uncertainty. You may win arguments, but lose connection. You may preserve your sense of correctness, but sacrifice peace. The Stoics warned against this trap because it replaces wisdom with rigidity. They valued reason, but not ego. For them, being wrong was not a threat. It was an opportunity to adjust closer to reality. Clinging to correctness, on the other hand, meant clinging to illusion. Control addiction thrives on certainty. The need to be right gives the illusion that the world is predictable, manageable, and ordered. But reality does not bend to opinion. When you insist on being right, you often end up arguing with facts, people, or life itself. This habit also creates inner tension. You must constantly monitor yourself to avoid mistakes. You rehearse conversations in advance. You replay them afterward, checking for errors. The mind never relaxes because being wrong feels unacceptable. This vigilance is exhausting. The need to be right also blocks growth. Learning requires openness. Openness requires the willingness to be wrong. When correctness becomes identity, learning feels like loss. You defend old views instead of updating them. You protect familiarity instead of understanding. The Stoics practiced something radical for their time. They treated opinions as provisional, useful but not sacred. They were willing to revise beliefs when evidence changed. This flexibility was not weakness, it was intellectual humility. Control addiction also shows up emotionally. When you believe you are right, you expect others to agree. When they don't, frustration arises. You feel misunderstood, dismissed, or disrespected. But often, what is threatened is not truth, but ego. Letting go of the need to be right feels risky. It can feel like losing ground. But what you actually lose is unnecessary tension. You gain space to listen, to learn, to respond instead of react. You no longer need to dominate conversations to feel secure. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment with reality, not victory over others. Being right does not guarantee peace. Understanding does. Acceptance grows when you value truth more than validation. There is also freedom here. When you stop needing to be right, you stop taking disagreement personally. You allow others to hold different views without seeing it as a threat. You stop correcting every detail. Silence becomes an option again. This does not mean you abandon discernment. You still think critically. You still stand by values. But you do so without the emotional charge of needing approval. You express your view, then release it. You allow reality to sort itself out. Control addiction weakens when humility strengthens. Humility is not self-doubt. It is accurate self-placement. You recognize that your perspective is limited, shaped by experience, bias, and context. This recognition softens certainty without dissolving conviction. Over time, conversations change. They become lighter, more open, less defensive. You notice that connection matters more than winning. Understanding matters more than proving a point. The need to be right often hides fear of chaos. If you are wrong, what else might be wrong? Letting go teaches you that being wrong does not collapse your world. It expands it. Each correction brings you closer to reality, not farther from safety. The Stoics trusted reason, but they trusted reality more. When the two conflicted, they adjusted their reasoning. This flexibility kept them grounded. As control addiction loosens its grip, the mind relaxes. You stop gripping opinions as lifelines. You stop using correctness as armor. You allow yourself to be a participant in truth, not its guardian. And in that shift, something quiet but powerful happens. You feel less threatened, less reactive, less compelled to control. You begin to experience acceptance, not as an idea, but as a lived ease. You no longer need to be right to be okay. You no longer need to control the narrative to feel safe. You meet differences without tension. You allow uncertainty without panic. Control addiction fades when curiosity returns, when learning becomes more important than winning, when peace becomes more valuable than being right. And that is when acceptance deepens. Not because you surrendered intelligence, but because you finally allowed wisdom to lead instead of fear. As the grip on being right begins to loosen, another heavy role often steps forward to take its place. It sounds honorable. It looks mature. It is praised by society and rewarded early in life. Responsibility. But when responsibility loses balance, it quietly changes shape. What once grounded you begins to rule you, and that is when responsibility turns into tyranny. Responsibility is meant to guide action, not dominate identity. In its healthy form, it helps you show up, contribute, and care. But when it grows unchecked, it becomes something else entirely. You stop choosing responsibility. Responsibility starts choosing you. Every problem feels like yours. Every gap feels like your duty to fill. Every failure feels like proof that you did not do enough. This shift happens slowly. You take on more because you can. You step in because others don't. You hold things together because someone has to. Over time, this becomes your role. The reliable one, the strong one, the one who doesn't drop the ball. What begins as service becomes self-erasure. The Stoics warned against this long before modern burnout had a name. They understood that responsibility without limits is not virtue. It is imbalance, and imbalance always extracts a price. When responsibility turns into tyranny, rest begins to feel wrong. Saying no feels selfish. Delegating feels risky. You stay alert even when nothing is happening, because something might need you. The mind never fully releases control. Even in stillness, there is readiness. This constant readiness drains energy without restoring it. Tyrannical responsibility also distorts guilt. You feel guilty for outcomes you could not control. You feel guilty for other people's emotions. You feel guilty for taking care of yourself. Guilt becomes the motivator, not values, and guilt is never satisfied. No matter how much you give, it asks for more. This mindset often comes from a fear of collapse. If I don't handle this, everything will fall apart. If I don't stay involved, something bad will happen. Responsibility becomes a form of control disguised as care. You are no longer serving the situation. You are trying to prevent uncertainty. The Stoics made a clear distinction here. You are responsible for acting well, not for holding the world together. When you confuse the two, you take on the role of fate. And fate was never meant to be carried by a human mind. This kind of responsibility also damages relationships. Others may begin to rely on you too much or resist you quietly. When one person overfunctions, others underfunction. Resentment builds on both sides. You feel unappreciated. They feel controlled. No one feels free. Responsibility as tyranny also narrows identity. You become what you manage, what you fix, what you prevent. When those roles disappear, emptiness follows. You may not know who you are without being needed. This keeps you trapped in obligation long after it stops being healthy. The Stoic response is not irresponsibility, it is clarity. They asked a simple but powerful question. What is mine to carry and what is not? This question draws boundaries where guilt refuses to. When you answer honestly, you begin to see how much weight you picked up out of habit, not necessity. How many roles you assumed without choosing. How often you confused being responsible with being indispensable. Letting go of tyrannical responsibility can feel frightening. The mind warns that things will break, that people will suffer, that you will be judged. But what often happens instead is adjustment. Others step forward. Systems adapt. Life finds balance again. The Stoics trusted this adjustment. They believed that taking on more than your share disrupts natural order. Balance is not achieved by one person carrying everything. It is achieved when each person carries what is theirs. When responsibility is restored to its proper place, something shifts internally. You act from intention instead of pressure. You help without self-sacrifice. You care without control. You stop managing outcomes and focus on effort aligned with values. This also changes how you treat yourself. You allow mistakes without self-punishment. You rest without justification. You stop measuring your worth by how much you endure. Responsibility becomes something you practice, not something that defines you. The tyranny ends when you realize that not everything needs you. Not every problem is yours. Not every outcome is your duty. This realization is not abandonment. It is wisdom. The Stoics believed that the highest form of responsibility is knowing when to step back, when to allow events to unfold without interference, when to trust that life does not require constant supervision. As this lesson settles, the inner pressure eases. You feel less tense, less resentful, less exhausted. You show up where it matters and release what does not. Responsibility regains its original shape. A guide, not a ruler. A choice, not a sentence. And when it no longer tyrannizes the mind, acceptance deepens naturally. You stop living under constant obligation. You stop carrying what was never yours. You begin to move through life with steadiness instead of strain. And in that shift, responsibility becomes lighter, cleaner, and more human. Not a burden that crushes you, but a practice that supports a life lived with clarity, balance, and quiet strength. As responsibility settles back into its proper place, something subtle becomes possible. Space. Not empty space, but inner space. Space where emotions can appear without being immediately managed, corrected, or pushed away. This is where one of the most overlooked Stoic skills begins to matter, the ability to not interfere with what you feel. Most people do not struggle because they have emotions. They struggle because they cannot leave emotions alone. From an early age, you are taught that some feelings are acceptable and others are not. Calm is praised. Anger is questioned. Sadness is rushed. Fear is dismissed. Over time, you learn to interfere with your own inner life. When an emotion appears, the mind immediately steps in with commentary. This shouldn't be here. This is wrong. This needs to stop. This reaction creates far more suffering than the emotion itself. The Stoics noticed this clearly. They did not aim to eliminate emotions. They aimed to stop feeding them unnecessarily. Emotional non-interference means allowing emotions to exist without trying to control them, justify them, suppress them, or act them out immediately. It is restraint, not repression. When an emotion arises and you interfere, you turn a temporary state into a prolonged struggle. Anger becomes resentment. Sadness becomes despair. Fear becomes anxiety. Not because the emotion was strong, but because it was resisted or indulged. Non-interference begins with observation. You notice the feeling without labeling it as a problem. You allow it to move through the body without turning it into a story. You do not ask why it is there right away. You do not decide what it means. You simply let it be present. This feels uncomfortable at first because the mind wants resolution. It wants to fix or escape. But emotions are not problems to solve. They are signals. When you interfere too quickly, you miss what they are trying to communicate. The Stoics believed that emotions lose their intensity when they are not fueled by judgment. A feeling, on its own, rises and falls naturally. Judgment pins it in place. When you say, "This shouldn't be happening," the emotion tightens. When you say, "This is here right now," it begins to soften. Emotional non-interference also protects you from impulsive behavior. Many regrets are born not from emotion, but from immediate reaction to emotion. Speaking too soon, acting too fast, making decisions in the peak of feeling. When you create space between feeling and action, you regain choice. This skill does not mean you ignore emotions. It means you respect their timing. You let them pass before deciding what to do. You understand that clarity does not arrive in the middle of emotional intensity. It arrives after. Non-interference also builds emotional trust. When you stop fighting your feelings, your nervous system learns that emotions are not dangerous. They become experiences rather than threats. This reduces anxiety over time because you are no longer afraid of your own inner world. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that emotions are automatic, but responses are not. You cannot stop a feeling from arising, but you can stop it from taking over. This distinction is crucial. It removes self-blame while preserving responsibility. This skill also deepens acceptance. You stop needing the inner world to be orderly before you can function. You allow complexity, mixed emotions, uncertainty. You stop demanding emotional perfection. Emotional non-interference also improves relationships. When you are not trying to manage your feelings in real time, you listen better. You react less. You stop projecting internal tension outward. Others feel safer around you because you are not emotionally volatile. Over time, you begin to notice a pattern. Emotions that are allowed pass more quickly. Emotions that are fought linger. This realization builds confidence. You trust the process. You stop interfering because you see that interference was the problem. The Stoics did not fear emotion. They feared confusion between emotion and judgment. Once you separate the two, the mind becomes steadier. You feel fully without being overwhelmed. This does not make you detached. It makes you grounded. You experience life without adding unnecessary struggle. You stop escalating your inner world. As this practice settles in, you notice a quiet shift. You are less reactive, less defensive, less afraid of what you feel. Emotional storms still come, but they pass through instead of settling in. You begin to live with emotional honesty instead of emotional control. You allow feelings without letting them dictate your actions. This balance is where calm deepens. The Stoics understood that inner freedom comes from restraint, not suppression. Emotional non-interference is not indifference, it is respect. Respect for the mind's natural movements. When you stop interfering, you stop fighting yourself. And when that fight ends, acceptance stops being an idea and becomes a lived experience. You are no longer trying to control emotions to feel okay. You allow them to exist, knowing they will move on. And in that trust, the inner world becomes quieter, steadier, and far less exhausting to live inside. As emotional non-interference becomes more natural, another expectation quietly begins to loosen. An expectation so common that most people never question it. The belief that every story must end neatly, that pain must explain itself, that unanswered questions are mistakes. This belief creates a silent ache because life rarely delivers what it never promised in the first place. Closure feels like a requirement. You wait for it after loss, after conflict, after endings that came too fast or made no sense. You tell yourself that once you understand, once you get an apology, once things are explained, peace will arrive. Until then, the mind stays restless, holding the door open for a resolution that may never come. But closure is not a law of life. It is a preference of the mind. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw that suffering often continues not because something happened, but because the mind refuses to let the event remain unfinished. You replay conversations, search for meaning, construct explanations, and imagine different endings. All of this activity keeps the wound open, not because healing is impossible, but because acceptance has been postponed. The truth is simple and uncomfortable. Life does not owe you answers. People do not always explain themselves. Endings do not always feel complete. Some chapters close without a final sentence. This is not cruelty, it is reality. The expectation of closure creates resistance. You believe peace is somewhere in the future, waiting behind an explanation you have not yet received. Until then, you stay suspended. You move forward physically, but mentally remain behind, waiting for something to resolve. The Stoics did not seek closure. They sought alignment. They asked not why something happened, but how to respond now. This shift removes dependence on resolution. You stop waiting for life to make sense before you allow yourself to live fully again. Closure also assumes that understanding eliminates pain, but many experiences hurt even when fully understood. Loss still hurts. Betrayal still stings. Disappointment still leaves a mark. Understanding can help, but it is not a cure. When you demand closure, you delay acceptance in the hope of emotional certainty. There is also a hidden control in the desire for closure. You want the past to stop influencing you. You want a clean ending. You want the emotional file closed. But emotions do not follow administrative rules. They soften through time and allowance, not explanation. The Stoics practiced letting things remain unresolved. They accepted that some questions would never be answered. This acceptance did not make them passive. It made them free from endless searching, free from mental loops, free from waiting for permission to move on. When you accept that closure was never promised, the mind relaxes its grip. You stop interrogating the past. You stop demanding clarity from people who cannot or will not provide it. You stop reopening wounds to check if they still hurt. This does not mean you suppress feelings. It means you allow them without requiring a conclusion. You let grief exist without forcing it to justify itself. You let anger fade without demanding apology. You let confusion settle without explanation. The desire for closure often comes from fear of chaos. If things don't make sense, how can you trust the world? The Stoics answered this by shifting trust inward. You do not need every event to be clear. You need to be steady in how you respond to unclear events. Closure also keeps you tied to others emotionally. You wait for them to say the right thing, to acknowledge harm, to understand your pain. While waiting, your peace depends on someone else's behavior. Acceptance breaks this dependency. When you stop waiting for closure, you reclaim agency. You decide when to stop revisiting. You decide when to move forward. You do not erase the past. You stop letting it dictate the present. This is not denial. It is maturity. You recognize that life is complex, people are limited, and explanations are not always available. You accept imperfection in narrative as part of being human. The Stoics believed that peace comes from consent to what is, not from satisfaction with what happened. You may never approve of certain events. Acceptance does not ask you to. It asks you to stop arguing with the fact that they occurred. Over time, you notice a shift. The mind stops circling. Emotional energy returns. You feel less pulled backward, not because the past resolved, but because you stopped requiring it to. Closure is often replaced by something quieter. Integration. The experience becomes part of you without defining you. It no longer demands attention. It simply exists as one chapter among many. When you accept that closure was never guaranteed, you stop postponing peace. You stop waiting for the perfect explanation. You stop believing that understanding must come before healing. Healing, instead, comes from allowance, from letting time do its work, from choosing to live fully even when some questions remain unanswered. The Stoics trusted this process. They understood that the mind does not need every door closed to move forward. Some doors stay open. You walk past them anyway. And in doing so, you discover something unexpected. Peace does not come from endings that make sense. It comes from the willingness to continue without forcing life to explain itself. You were never promised closure, but you were always capable of acceptance. And once you choose that, the past loosens its grip, not because it changed, but because you did. As the need for closure fades, another habit quietly reveals itself beneath the surface. It has been there for a long time, guiding decisions, shaping reactions, and influencing how you move through uncertainty. It often feels responsible, even protective, but at its core, it is not strength. It is compensation. Control steps in where trust feels too risky. Trust requires openness. It asks you to accept uncertainty without guarantees. Control avoids this discomfort by creating the illusion of safety. If you manage everything, if you stay alert, if you anticipate every outcome, then you won't have to trust. You won't have to risk disappointment. You won't have to feel exposed. For many people, control becomes a substitute for trust because trust was once broken, perhaps by others, perhaps by life itself. Loss, betrayal, sudden change, or repeated disappointment can teach the mind that relying on anything outside itself is dangerous. Control then becomes a coping strategy, a way to stay upright in a world that feels unreliable. At first, this strategy seems to work. You feel more prepared, more organized, more aware. But over time, the cost becomes clear. Control keeps you constantly tense. You are always compensating for a lack of trust by staying involved in everything. The mind never relaxes because it does not believe things will be okay without supervision. The Stoics recognized this pattern clearly. They did not place trust in outcomes. They placed trust in process, in character, in the ability to respond well, even when things go wrong. This kind of trust does not depend on life behaving predictably. It depends on your ability to meet unpredictability without collapse. Control says, I need certainty before I can relax. Trust says, I can relax because I will adapt. This difference changes everything. Control keeps you braced against life. Trust allows you to move with it. When control replaces trust, relationships suffer. You try to manage people's reactions. You anticipate problems instead of allowing honesty. You struggle to let others be imperfect because their unpredictability feels threatening. Control feels safer than trust, but it creates distance instead of connection. This substitution also affects how you treat yourself. You monitor your thoughts. You correct your emotions. You try to maintain an image of composure. Trusting yourself to feel, to recover, to learn feels dangerous. So you stay tight, guarded, exhausted. The Stoics believed that trust is not blind belief that things will go well. It is confidence that you can meet things when they don't. This is a crucial distinction. Trust is not optimism. It is resilience. When you trust yourself, you do not need to control every detail. You know you can respond thoughtfully when challenges arise. You stop trying to prevent every possible difficulty. You accept that difficulty is part of living. Control as a substitute for trust also distorts time. You live ahead of yourself, constantly preparing for what might happen. Trust brings you back to the present. You act where action is possible now, not where anxiety imagines it might be needed later. Letting go of control feels risky because it exposes vulnerability. You may fear that without control, you will be hurt, disappointed, or overwhelmed. But the Stoics would ask a simple question. Has control truly protected you? Or has it simply delayed trust while increasing tension? Trust does not mean abandoning effort. It means placing effort where it belongs. You do what you can, then you release what you cannot. You trust the rest to unfold without your constant involvement. This trust extends outward as well. You allow others to act without micromanagement. You allow situations to develop without constant correction. You stop interpreting uncertainty as danger. Over time, trust rebuilds something essential. Ease. Not because life becomes easy, but because you stop carrying it like a threat. You stop demanding proof before relaxing. You stop bracing for impact in every quiet moment. The Stoics practiced trust by focusing on internal steadiness. When the inner foundation is solid, external uncertainty becomes manageable. You do not need to control the sea if you trust your ability to swim. Control feels active, but it often comes from fear. Trust feels passive, but it is deeply courageous. It requires you to stand without armor, to accept that you cannot guarantee safety, only integrity. As trust grows, control naturally loosens. You no longer need to oversee everything. You allow life to surprise you without panic. You respond instead of resist. This shift brings relief. The body softens. The mind quiets. You stop scanning for threats that are not there. You stop treating uncertainty as an emergency. Control was never the opposite of chaos. Trust was. When you trust yourself, your values, and your capacity to respond, you no longer need to dominate your experience. You meet it. And in that meeting, acceptance deepens. You stop trying to replace trust with control. You stop gripping what was never meant to be held so tightly. You learn that life does not require constant management. It requires presence, judgment, and courage. Trust gives you these without exhausting you. Control as a substitute for trust is heavy. Trust, once practiced, is light. And when you choose it, not blindly, but deliberately, you discover a steadiness that control never truly provided. Life remains uncertain. That will not change. But your relationship to that uncertainty does. And that change quietly transforms everything. As trust slowly replaces the need to control, the mind often reaches for one last strategy to feel safe. It tries to look ahead, to calculate, to predict, to map every possible turn before taking a single step. This habit feels intelligent, even responsible. But when prediction becomes constant, it carries a cost that quietly drains life of its depth. Predicting everything keeps you living in a future that does not exist. You scan ahead for risks, outcomes, reactions, and consequences. You rehearse conversations before they happen. You prepare responses to situations that may never arise. The present moment becomes a staging area for imagined futures rather than a place to live. At first, prediction feels like protection. If you can see what's coming, you believe you can avoid pain. But the mind is not designed to hold endless possibilities without strain. Each prediction demands attention, emotional energy, and tension. Over time, this creates a background anxiety that never fully shuts off. The Stoics were clear about this. They warned that anticipation multiplies suffering. Pain that may never arrive is experienced repeatedly in advance. Instead of facing one challenge once, you face dozens of imagined versions of it. The body reacts to these thoughts as if they are real. Stress becomes chronic, even when nothing is happening. The cost of predicting everything is presence. When you are always ahead of yourself, you miss what is actually unfolding. Conversations lose depth because part of your attention is elsewhere. Experiences feel thinner because you are already evaluating what comes next. Life becomes something to manage rather than something to experience. Prediction also weakens resilience. When you rely on foresight to feel safe, surprise feels threatening. Anything unplanned feels overwhelming. You become less flexible, not more. The mind grows rigid, expecting life to follow scripts it never agreed to follow. There is also an emotional cost. Constant prediction feeds fear. You focus on what could go wrong more than what is happening now. Even positive anticipation carries tension because hope becomes fragile. You are already preparing for disappointment before joy fully arrives. The Stoics did not reject foresight entirely. They rejected obsession with it. They understood that reasonable planning has a stopping point. Beyond that point, thought no longer serves action. It serves anxiety. Predicting everything also creates decision paralysis. When you try to account for every outcome, no option feels safe enough. You hesitate, you delay, you wait for certainty that never comes. Life moves on while you are still calculating. This habit often comes from a lack of trust in your ability to adapt. You believe you must foresee challenges in order to handle them, but the Stoics placed trust in character, not prediction. They believed that good judgment in the moment is more valuable than perfect anticipation. When you stop trying to predict everything, you rediscover responsiveness. You meet situations as they arise, rather than pre-living them. This does not make you careless, it makes you present. The cost of prediction also shows up in how you treat others. You assume their reactions before they happen. You speak cautiously instead of honestly. You manage impressions instead of expressing truth. This creates distance and misunderstanding. Letting go of constant prediction allows relationships to breathe. You allow conversations to unfold naturally. You respond to what is said, not what you expected to hear. Connection deepens when you stop scripting outcomes. The Stoics practiced mental economy. They believed attention is finite and precious. Spending it on imagined futures is wasteful when the present already requires care. They focused on what was directly in front of them and trusted their values to guide future responses. When you accept that you cannot predict everything, you stop treating uncertainty as a flaw. You stop seeing surprise as failure. You allow life to remain alive, not pre-packaged. This acceptance brings relief. The mind no longer needs to stay 10 steps ahead. The body relaxes. Breathing deepens. Attention returns to where it belongs. Over time, you notice that most of what you feared never happens. And when difficulties do arise, they rarely match the imagined versions. You respond with more clarity than you expected, because you are not exhausted from anticipation. The Stoics believed that the future should be met, not mastered. You prepare reasonably, then you step back. You trust your capacity to respond rather than your ability to foresee. The cost of predicting everything is subtle but profound. It steals peace, presence, and flexibility. It convinces you that safety lies in foresight, when it actually lies in steadiness. As you release this habit, life begins to feel wider, less scripted, more real. You stop living on the edge of what might happen and return to what is happening. Uncertainty remains. That does not change. But your relationship to it does. You no longer chase certainty to feel secure. You trust yourself to adapt, and in that trust, the future loosens its grip. The present opens. And acceptance deepens, not because you know what will happen next, but because you no longer need to. As the need to predict every turn of the road begins to loosen, something unfamiliar often appears in its place. Not danger, but openness. And with that openness comes a word many people instinctively resist: chaos. It has been framed as the enemy for so long that the mind tightens the moment it senses disorder. But this reaction comes from misunderstanding what chaos really is. Chaos is not the absence of order. It is the absence of your preferred order. Most people are not afraid of chaos itself. They are afraid of losing the illusion that life is supposed to follow a clear, predictable pattern. When events unfold in unexpected ways, the mind labels it chaos and reacts with resistance. But resistance does not restore order. It only adds tension. The Stoics did not see chaos as a threat. They saw it as a natural condition of existence. Life is not a machine with fixed outputs. It is a living system shaped by countless forces interacting at once. Trying to remove chaos from life is like trying to remove waves from the ocean. You can fight them, or you can learn how to move with them. Chaos often feels frightening because it exposes limits. When plans break, when outcomes shift, when certainty dissolves, the mind feels ungrounded. But this discomfort does not come from chaos itself. It comes from the belief that stability should be guaranteed. Once that belief is questioned, chaos loses much of its power. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when you demand predictability from an unpredictable world. When life fails to meet that demand, you experience frustration, fear, or despair. But when you accept unpredictability as normal, your response changes. You adapt instead of panic. Chaos is also a source of movement. Nothing grows in perfect order. Change requires disruption. New paths open when old ones collapse. If everything remained stable, nothing would evolve. Chaos is not the opposite of growth. It is often the condition that makes growth possible. When you label chaos as the enemy, you turn every unexpected event into a threat. Delays become personal. Mistakes become disasters. Change becomes loss. This mindset keeps the nervous system in a state of alert, constantly bracing against reality. The Stoics chose a different stance. They focused on internal order instead of external control. They accepted that events would be messy, uncertain, and sometimes unfair. Their work was not to eliminate chaos, but to remain steady within it. Internal order comes from values, not circumstances. When you know what matters to you, chaos does not erase direction. It challenges it, refines it, and sometimes redirects it. But it does not leave you empty. Chaos also reveals attachment. When something falls apart, you discover how tightly you were holding it. Expectations, roles, plans, identities. Chaos exposes these attachments not to punish you, but to show where flexibility is needed. Many people exhaust themselves trying to restore order immediately. They rush to fix, explain, or control what is unfolding. This urgency often creates more problems. The Stoics taught patience in the face of disorder. Not passive waiting, but thoughtful response. Chaos tests judgment. It forces you to distinguish between what needs action and what needs acceptance. Not every disruption requires intervention. Some require adjustment, some require endurance. Knowing the difference is a form of wisdom. There is also freedom hidden in chaos. When things are not tightly controlled, new possibilities appear. You are no longer confined to a single script. You can adapt, experiment, and respond creatively. Chaos opens space where rigidity closes it. The fear of chaos often comes from the belief that without structure, everything will collapse. But life has been organizing itself long before your involvement. Systems adjust, people adapt. Order emerges naturally when you stop forcing it. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not see chaos as something to conquer, but something to coexist with. Their strength came from flexibility, not domination. Chaos also humbles the ego. It reminds you that you are not the sole architect of your life. This humility is not degrading, it is relieving. You no longer have to carry the impossible responsibility of making everything work perfectly. When chaos appears, acceptance asks a simple question. What remains within my control right now? Often, the answer is smaller than you expected. Your response, your attitude, your next step. This small focus creates stability even when the world feels unstable. Over time, your relationship with chaos changes. You stop reacting with fear. You stop labeling disruption as failure. You begin to see it as movement rather than menace. Chaos becomes something you navigate, not something you fight. You learn to stand steady while things shift around you. You become less shocked by change, less threatened by uncertainty. This does not make life easy. It makes it livable. You stop expecting smooth paths in a world built on change. You stop interpreting disorder as a personal attack. The Stoics believed that peace is not found in a perfectly ordered life, but in a well-ordered mind. When the inner world is steady, outer chaos loses its ability to overwhelm. As this lesson settles, you feel less urgency to fix everything. You allow events to unfold without immediate judgment. You respond when needed and wait when waiting is wiser. Chaos remains. It always will. But it no longer feels like an enemy. It feels like a condition you understand. And in that understanding, acceptance deepens again. You stop demanding a world without disruption. You learn to move through disruption with clarity, patience, and trust. Life becomes less about control and more about navigation, less about certainty and more about presence. And chaos, once feared, becomes simply another landscape you know how to walk through without losing yourself. As chaos stops feeling like an enemy and starts feeling like a condition of life, attention naturally shifts again. If you cannot control disorder and you cannot predict outcomes, where should effort be placed? This is where one of the most demanding Stoic practices appears. A practice that sounds simple, but challenges nearly every habit you were taught. Learning to act without fixing your eyes on the result. Outcome blindness does not mean indifference. It does not mean you stop caring about how things turn out. It means you stop letting outcomes decide your inner state. You act fully, carefully, and honestly without tying your peace to what follows. Most people live outcome first. Before they act, they imagine results. Approval, success, failure, loss. The mind leans forward, measuring whether effort will be worth it. This creates hesitation, pressure, and fear. Action becomes heavy because it carries expectation. The Stoics reversed this order. They focused on the quality of the action itself. Was it reasonable? Was it aligned with values? Was it done with care and restraint? Once these questions were answered, the outcome no longer determined the worth of the action. Outcome blindness is difficult because the mind craves confirmation. It wants proof that effort mattered. It wants reassurance that pain was justified. When outcomes disappoint, the mind feels exposed, as if effort was wasted. This belief keeps you trapped in emotional dependency on results. The Stoics saw this dependency as a source of suffering. When outcomes rule your emotions, you are never free. Your peace rises and falls with circumstances you cannot command. Even success becomes unstable because it creates pressure to repeat or maintain it. Practicing outcome blindness shifts where satisfaction comes from. Instead of waiting for external validation, you find fulfillment in alignment. You know you did what was within your control. That knowledge becomes enough. This practice also cleans up motivation. When outcomes dominate, motives become mixed. You act partly from fear, partly from desire for reward. When outcomes are released, motives simplify. You act because it is right, not because it is safe or profitable. Outcome blindness also reduces anxiety. Much anxiety comes from trying to predict whether actions will lead to pain or reward. When you stop demanding certainty, the mind relaxes. You still prepare, you still care, but you stop pre-living consequences. The Stoics did not avoid responsibility. They avoided attachment. They understood that attachment to outcome turns effort into a gamble with your peace as the stake. Detachment allows effort to be steady regardless of what follows. This practice also strengthens courage. Fear often arises not from action itself, but from imagined results. Rejection, failure, loss. When outcomes are removed from the center, action becomes possible again. You speak when honesty matters. You try when trying is aligned. You stop waiting for guaranteed success. Outcome blindness also protects you from bitterness. When effort is given without expectation, disappointment hurts less. You do not feel cheated by life. You do not interpret failure as injustice. You adjust and continue. There is also humility here. You stop assuming that your effort entitles you to specific results. You respect the complexity of life. You recognize that many factors shape outcomes beyond your contribution. This humility softens judgment toward yourself and others. In relationships, outcome blindness transforms connection. You stop giving in order to get. You stop helping in order to be needed. You show up because it reflects who you are, not because it secures a response. This creates cleaner, healthier bonds. The mind resists this practice at first. It worries that without outcome focus, effort will fade. But the opposite happens. Effort becomes more consistent. You stop burning out from disappointment. You stop quitting because results are slow. Outcome blindness also sharpens focus. When you are not constantly checking for results, attention stays on the task. You listen more fully. You work more carefully. You act more deliberately. Performance improves because anxiety decreases. The Stoics believed that mastery lies in process, not payoff. They trusted that acting well was sufficient, regardless of how the world responded. This trust freed them from emotional dependence on fortune. Practicing outcome blindness does not mean ignoring feedback. You still learn, you still adapt, but feedback informs action rather than defining worth. You adjust strategy without attacking yourself. Over time, this practice changes how life feels. You stop riding emotional highs and lows tied to success and failure. You develop a steadier inner climate. Progress becomes sustainable because it is not fueled by desperation. There is also a quiet dignity in this approach. You act with integrity even when no one notices. You persist even when rewards are delayed. You remain grounded even when results are uncertain. Outcome blindness is not blindness to reality. It is blindness to unnecessary emotional dependence. You see outcomes clearly. You just refuse to let them decide who you are. As this practice deepens, acceptance becomes practical rather than philosophical. You stop asking life to validate you. You validate your own actions by how they align with your values. Chaos may continue. Results may vary. Some efforts will fail. Others will succeed unexpectedly. Through it all, you remain steady because your peace is no longer outsourced. The Stoics knew that the only reliable place to stand is within what you control. Outcome blindness keeps you there. You act, you care, you release. And in that release, effort becomes lighter, courage becomes cleaner, and acceptance becomes something you live with every step, rather than something you hope to reach someday. As acting without attachment to results becomes more natural, another truth begins to reveal itself quietly. It is not loud or dramatic. It does not announce itself with crisis. It shows up as a subtle narrowing, a sense that life feels smaller than it should. This is the moment you begin to see what constant control has been taking from you all along. Control does not just exhaust the mind, it shrinks the soul. When you try to control everything, your world becomes defined by what you can manage. You gravitate toward the familiar, the predictable, the safe. You avoid what cannot be guaranteed. Over time, your range of experience contracts. You do not notice it happening because it feels practical. But what you call practicality is often fear dressed as wisdom. The soul expands through openness, through uncertainty, through exposure to things that cannot be mastered. Control closes these doors one by one. You stop taking risks that do not promise return. You stop exploring ideas that might challenge you. You stop engaging deeply with people who might disappoint you. Life becomes efficient but thin. The Stoics understood that a good life is not a small life. It is a life aligned with values, even when alignment requires discomfort. When control dominates, values are often compromised quietly. You choose safety over honesty, certainty over growth, comfort over truth. Each compromise feels minor, but together they reshape who you become. Control also limits emotional range. You manage feelings instead of experiencing them. You soften joy to avoid loss. You suppress grief to stay functional. You regulate enthusiasm to avoid vulnerability. The inner world becomes muted, stable perhaps, but dim. This shrinking often hides behind success. You may appear composed, capable, and disciplined. Others may admire your steadiness, but inside, something feels restrained. Spontaneity fades, curiosity dulls, wonder becomes rare. Life feels managed rather than lived. The Stoics did not aim for emotional numbness. They aimed for emotional honesty without chaos. Control blocks honesty because it treats emotion as a liability. Acceptance allows emotion to exist without fear, and where acceptance grows, the soul breathes again. Control also shrinks the soul by narrowing identity. You begin to define yourself by what you can handle, the competent one, the reliable one, the composed one. These identities feel strong, but they are brittle. They leave little room for softness, uncertainty, or change. When identity hardens, growth slows. You avoid situations that might disrupt your self-image. You protect consistency instead of development. The soul, which grows through transformation, is kept in a fixed shape. The Stoics believed that inner freedom comes from flexibility, not rigidity. A flexible mind can enter unfamiliar territory without panic. A rigid mind retreats to what it knows. Control favors retreat. Acceptance allows expansion. There is also a spiritual cost to control. When you insist on managing life, you lose your sense of participation in something larger. You become isolated inside your own effort. Everything depends on you. This creates pressure, but also loneliness. You are no longer part of the flow. You are standing against it. Letting go of control reconnects you to that flow. You remember that life is not something you supervise, but something you move within. This shift restores a sense of belonging that control quietly erodes. The soul expands when you allow mystery. When you accept that not everything must be understood to be meaningful. Control demands explanation before acceptance. Acceptance allows meaning to exist without explanation. When control loosens, curiosity returns. You become interested again, not just cautious. You listen more deeply. You engage more fully. You allow yourself to be changed by experience instead of managing it at arm's length. This does not make life chaotic. It makes it rich. You still act with reason. You still choose wisely. But you stop filtering life down to what feels manageable. You allow complexity. You allow contradiction. You allow growth. The Stoics knew that the soul needs room to respond, room to adapt, room to endure. Control compresses this space. Acceptance restores it. As this realization settles, you may notice a quiet grief, a sense of how much you held back, how many moments you half-lived to stay safe. This grief is not a failure. It is a sign that something is opening. When you stop trying to control everything, the soul stretches again. Not dramatically, but gently. You feel more alive, more present, more connected to what is happening, even when it is uncomfortable. Life becomes less about protection and more about participation. Less about guarding and more about engaging. You stop asking how to keep everything in order and start asking how to meet what arrives with integrity. Control promised safety but delivered smallness. Acceptance does not promise comfort, but it offers depth. And depth is where the soul lives. When you release the need to manage every outcome, you give yourself permission to grow beyond the narrow borders of control. You allow life to shape you instead of shrinking yourself to fit life. That is how control shrinks the soul, and that is how acceptance, practiced quietly and consistently, allows it to expand again, without force, without struggle, simply by letting life be larger than your fear. As the soul begins to stretch again, another belief quietly loosens its grip. A belief that once felt like protection. The idea that you must always be ready, always equipped, always one step ahead. Letting this belief soften can feel unsettling, because preparedness has long been praised as wisdom. But there is a difference between readiness and obsession, and in that difference lives a quiet, unexpected freedom. Being unprepared sounds irresponsible in a world that rewards planning. It sounds like carelessness. But the Stoics meant something subtler. They understood that there are moments when over-preparation becomes a way of avoiding life rather than meeting it. When you insist on being fully prepared for everything, you quietly refuse to trust your ability to respond. The need to be prepared often comes from fear of exposure, fear of being seen unsure, fear of being caught off guard, fear of not knowing what to do. Preparation becomes armor. You gather information, rehearse responses, anticipate scenarios. The mind stays busy, but tense. You feel safer, but smaller. The quiet freedom of being unprepared begins when you realize that readiness does not come from plans. It comes from presence. When you are fully present, you notice what is happening and respond accordingly. You do not need a script. You do not need certainty. You meet the moment as it is. The Stoics trusted this capacity deeply. They believed that character matters more than preparation, judgment more than foresight. When life surprises you, it is not preparation that carries you through. It is clarity, restraint, and courage. These qualities cannot be stockpiled. They are practiced. Over-preparation keeps you living ahead of yourself. You are mentally elsewhere, rehearsing futures instead of inhabiting now. This habit steals spontaneity. It dulls intuition. You become efficient but disconnected. Being unprepared allows you to stay open. You listen instead of anticipating. You observe instead of assuming. You respond instead of reacting from habit. This openness brings a lightness that planning cannot provide. There is also humility in being unprepared. You accept that you do not know everything, that you cannot anticipate every turn. This humility is not weakness. It is honesty, and honesty creates flexibility. The Stoics did not reject preparation altogether. They rejected dependence on it. They prepared reasonably, then released control. They knew that life would still surprise them, and they trusted themselves to adapt. When you allow yourself to be unprepared, you stop demanding certainty before action. You step forward without guarantees. This is where courage lives, not in confidence that things will go well, but in willingness to meet things when they don't. This freedom also changes how you experience failure. When you expect to be perfectly prepared, mistakes feel humiliating. When you accept uncertainty, mistakes feel human. You learn instead of collapse. Being unprepared also deepens connection. Conversations become real because you are not rehearsing responses. You show up honestly instead of performing competence. Others sense this authenticity. Trust grows. There is a quiet joy here as well. When you stop managing every possibility, moments feel fresher. Laughter arrives unexpectedly. Insight appears without effort. You allow life to surprise you instead of defending against it. The Stoics believed that wisdom is responsive, not predictive. They valued the ability to adjust in real time more than the ability to foresee. This made them resilient in ways planning never could. Letting go of constant preparedness also restores rest. The mind no longer needs to stay alert at all times. You give yourself permission to not know what comes next. This permission is deeply calming. You may notice resistance at first. The mind will warn that without preparation, you are vulnerable. But vulnerability is not the enemy. Rigidity is. Vulnerability allows learning. Rigidity breaks under pressure. Over time, you discover that you handle situations better than expected. Not because you planned perfectly, but because you stayed present. You listened. You adapted. You responded with integrity. The quiet freedom of being unprepared does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop clinging. You act thoughtfully, then allow life to unfold. You trust your ability to meet what arrives. This trust changes how life feels. Less heavy, less managed, more alive. You stop living as if everything depends on foresight. You stop fearing surprise. You stop treating uncertainty as danger. And in that release, acceptance deepens again. Not as resignation, but as confidence without control. You learn that you do not need to be ready for everything. You only need to be present. Life does not ask you to have all the answers. It asks you to show up honestly, to respond with care, to adjust with humility. When you allow yourself to be unprepared, you step out of constant defense and into participation. You stop guarding against life and start engaging with it. That is the quiet freedom, not loud, not dramatic, just real. And once you feel it, you realize something important. Being unprepared is not a lack. It is space. Space for growth, space for connection, space for life to meet you where you are. In that space, the soul breathes easily, and acceptance becomes not something you practice occasionally, but something that naturally accompanies you as you move forward, without armor, without scripts, and without fear of not knowing what comes next. As the freedom of not needing to be prepared settles in, something unexpected often follows. Not relief, not lightness, but a heaviness that feels confusing. You thought acceptance would make things easier. Instead, it brings a quiet ache. This is the moment many people misunderstand and turn back, because acceptance at first can feel a lot like grief. Grief is not only about losing people, it is about losing illusions. Illusions of control, illusions of certainty, illusions of how life was supposed to go. When you finally stop resisting reality, you also stop protecting those illusions. And when they fall away, something inside you mourns. This grief is subtle. It does not always come with tears. Sometimes it shows up as tiredness, as silence, as a sense of emptiness where effort used to live. You are no longer fighting, no longer planning, no longer correcting. And without that constant activity, you notice what has been missing all along. Acceptance removes the adrenaline of resistance. When that adrenaline fades, the body feels the weight it was carrying. You realize how much energy was spent trying to keep things from changing, how much hope was tied to outcomes that never arrived, how many versions of the future you quietly let go of. This is not failure, it is honesty. The Stoics understood that acceptance does not numb pain, it clarifies it. When you stop arguing with reality, you finally feel the full shape of what is. And sometimes, what is includes loss. Not just of people or opportunities, but of expectations, of timelines, of identities you thought you would live into. Grief appears because something mattered. You do not grieve what you never cared about. When acceptance feels heavy, it is often because you are finally acknowledging the depth of your attachment. You are no longer pretending it didn't hurt. You are no longer postponing the feeling with control. Many people mistake this phase for regression. They think acceptance made things worse. In truth, acceptance removed the distractions that kept grief buried. The pain was already there. It just did not have space to surface. The Stoics did not avoid grief, they allowed it, without dramatizing it and without denying it. They believed emotions should be felt fully, but not fed endlessly. Grief, when allowed, moves. When resisted, it stagnates. This kind of grief has no clear ending. There is no moment where everything suddenly feels resolved. It softens slowly as the mind adjusts to a new reality, a reality where some doors are closed, where some answers will never come, where some versions of life are no longer possible. Acceptance means agreeing to live in this reality without demanding it be different. That agreement can feel like surrender, and surrender can feel like loss of hope. But it is not hope that is lost. It is false hope. Hope that was tied to control rather than truth. There is also grief in realizing how long you resisted, how much time was spent fighting what could not be changed. This realization can bring regret. But even this regret is part of healing. It shows growth, not failure. The Stoics believe that grief becomes destructive only when you add judgment to it. When you tell yourself you should not feel this way, when you rush to move on, when you compare your pain to others. Acceptance means allowing grief to exist without commentary. When you let grief be present, something surprising happens. It does not consume you. It does not grow endlessly. It breathes. It ebbs and flows. You learn that you can carry it without being defined by it. This grief also marks a transition. You are leaving behind the version of yourself that believed effort would guarantee outcomes, that believed control could prevent loss, that believed life could be negotiated. Grieving that version of yourself is natural. Over time, grief begins to change shape. It becomes quieter, less sharp, more integrated. It no longer demands attention. It simply exists as part of your story. Acceptance does not remove pain. It removes the war around pain. And when the war ends, you finally have the energy to heal. The Stoics trusted time, not force. They knew that some emotions resolve only when they are allowed, not rushed, not fixed, not reframed prematurely. If acceptance feels like grief, it does not mean you are doing it wrong. It means you are touching something real, something that was previously avoided. This phase requires gentleness toward yourself, toward your pace, toward your emotions. You do not need to understand everything. You do not need to feel better quickly. You simply need to allow what is here to be here. Grief is not the opposite of acceptance. It is often a passage through it. On the other side of this passage is not indifference. It is clarity, a quieter strength, a deeper peace that does not depend on how things turn out. When acceptance feels like grief, stay with it. Do not run back to control to escape the feeling. That would only restart the cycle. Let grief move through you without resistance. Let it teach you what mattered. Let it soften you without breaking you. This is how acceptance deepens, not by bypassing pain, but by allowing it without fighting. And slowly, almost without noticing, the heaviness lifts. Not because the past changed, but because you stopped carrying it with clenched fists. What remains is not numbness. It is steadiness, a calm that knows loss and still chooses to live. Acceptance may begin in grief, but it does not end there. It leads somewhere quieter, somewhere more honest, somewhere you can finally rest without pretending that nothing was lost. As the weight of grief begins to soften, something clearer starts to emerge. Not answers, but perspective. When you stop fighting what cannot be changed, the mind becomes quieter, and in that quiet, a long-forgotten distinction comes back into view. The difference between what you control and what you merely influence. Forgetting this distinction is one of the main reasons people exhaust themselves without realizing why. Control feels absolute. It promises certainty. If you control something, you decide how it turns out. Influence is humbler. It accepts uncertainty. You act, you affect, you contribute, but you do not command the result. Most suffering comes from treating influence as if it were control. The Stoics were precise about this. They knew that confusing these two creates constant frustration. You try to control other people's reactions instead of influencing through honesty. You try to control outcomes instead of influencing through effort. You try to control life instead of influencing your response to it. Each time, the mind reaches beyond its limits and pays the price. Control demands obedience from reality. Influence works within reality. This is why control creates tension while influence creates movement. When you try to control, you resist what is. When you influence, you engage with what is possible. This distinction is forgotten because control feels safer. It feels active, decisive, strong. Influence feels uncertain, indirect, slower. But safety built on illusion does not last. The Stoics understood that real strength comes from accuracy, not force. Knowing what is truly in your hands prevents wasted effort. When you mistake influence for control, responsibility becomes distorted. You feel personally accountable for outcomes shaped by many factors. You carry guilt that does not belong to you. You experience anger when others do not respond as hoped. You interpret resistance as failure instead of as part of reality. Influence, on the other hand, respects limits. You speak clearly, but you accept that others may disagree. You act with care, but you accept that results may vary. You offer effort, not guarantees. This mindset preserves energy and dignity. The Stoics placed influence where it belonged, in choice, in intention, in conduct. They did not attempt to control events. They focused on influencing themselves, their thoughts, their reactions, their values. This internal influence is where freedom lives. Forgetting this distinction also affects how you pursue goals. When you believe you control outcomes, setbacks feel like personal rejection. When you understand influence, setbacks become information. You adjust without collapsing. You continue without resentment. Influence allows patience. Control breeds urgency. Influence understands that change often takes time. Control demands immediate compliance. This is why control often leads to burnout, while influence sustains long-term effort. This distinction also transforms relationships. Control tries to manage people. Influence respects autonomy. When you stop trying to control how others feel, think, or act, conversations soften. Trust increases. resistance decreases. People respond more naturally when they do not feel managed. The Stoics believed that influence works best when it is indirect. You lead by example. You speak when necessary. You remain consistent. You allow others to choose. This approach may feel slower, but it is more durable. Control seeks certainty before acting. Influence accepts uncertainty and acts anyway. This acceptance reduces fear. You stop waiting for perfect conditions. You move forward with clarity rather than pressure. When you live through influence instead of control, disappointment changes shape. It still exists, but it does not turn into bitterness. You understand that your role was to contribute, not to dictate. This understanding protects peace. Influence also restores humility. You stop seeing yourself as the center of outcomes. You recognize the complexity of life. Many forces intersect beyond your awareness. This humility is not disempowering, it is relieving. The Stoics saw humility as wisdom, not weakness. Knowing your limits allows you to operate effectively within them. You stop wasting effort on what resists you and focus on what responds. Over time, this distinction changes how life feels. You are less tense, less reactive, less personally offended by unpredictability. You stop interpreting resistance as disrespect. You stop interpreting delay as failure. Control demands obedience. Influence invites cooperation. Life rarely obeys, but it often responds. When you remember this distinction, acceptance becomes practical. You stop trying to dominate experience. You work with it. You influence where you can and release where you cannot. This does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You place energy where it matters. You withdraw it where it does not. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning effort with reality. Control ignores reality. Influence respects it. This respect is the foundation of calm action. As this lesson settles, you may notice a subtle confidence returning. Not the confidence of certainty, but the confidence of alignment. You know what is yours to do, and you do it. You know what is not, and you release it. This forgotten distinction quietly restores balance. Responsibility becomes reasonable. Effort becomes clean. Relationships become lighter. The inner world becomes steadier. You stop asking how to control life and start asking how to participate wisely. And in that shift, acceptance deepens again. Not as resignation, but as clarity. You no longer reach beyond your reach. You no longer punish yourself for what you could not command. You influence where influence is possible. You let go where it is not. That is not giving up power. It is finally using it where it actually exists. As the difference between control and influence becomes clearer, another promise quietly falls apart. A promise many people organize their lives around without realizing it. The promise of emotional safety. The belief that if you do the right things, avoid the wrong situations, choose carefully enough, and manage yourself well, you can protect your inner world from pain. This belief feels comforting. It suggests that suffering is optional, that discomfort is a sign of failure, that with enough caution you can build a life where emotions stay within safe limits. But this promise is a myth, and clinging to it creates more harm than the pain it tries to prevent. Emotional safety, as most people imagine it, means never being overwhelmed, hurt, rejected, or shaken. It means keeping emotions predictable and manageable. The problem is simple. Life does not cooperate with this idea. Loss arrives. Change happens. People disappoint you. Circumstances shift without warning. No amount of careful living can eliminate emotional exposure. The Stoics saw this clearly. They did not try to create emotional safety. They trained emotional strength. This is a crucial difference. Emotional safety aims to avoid pain. Emotional strength prepares you to meet pain without losing yourself. When you chase emotional safety, you begin organizing life around avoidance. You avoid conversations that might be uncomfortable. You avoid risks that might lead to disappointment. You avoid attachment because attachment makes loss possible. Over time, your world shrinks. Not because you are weak, but because fear quietly took the lead. The myth of emotional safety teaches you that feeling bad means something went wrong. That sadness is a problem. That anxiety is a threat. That anger must be eliminated quickly. This turns natural emotional responses into enemies. You start fighting your own inner life. This fight creates tension. When emotions appear, you rush to fix them, distract them, rationalize them, suppress them. But emotions do not respond well to force. They intensify when resisted. What you avoid gains power. The Stoics understood that emotions are not signs of danger. They are signals of experience. Feeling deeply does not mean you are unsafe. It means you are alive. Trying to eliminate emotional pain is like trying to eliminate weather. It misunderstands the nature of reality. The pursuit of emotional safety also creates fragility. When you work hard to avoid discomfort, you lose tolerance for it. Small challenges feel overwhelming. Minor criticism feels crushing. Uncertainty feels unbearable. The very attempt to stay safe makes you less resilient. The Stoics chose the opposite approach. They accepted emotional exposure as part of life. They did not seek to numb themselves. They sought steadiness. They trained themselves to feel without collapsing, to endure without bitterness, to respond without panic. Emotional safety also becomes a tool for control. You manage situations and people to avoid discomfort. You shape conversations. You hide parts of yourself. You compromise honesty to maintain calm. This creates surface peace, but inner conflict. You are safe, but not whole. When you let go of the myth, something shifts. You stop expecting life to protect you from feeling. You stop interpreting pain as a mistake. You allow emotions to move through without demanding they be comfortable. This does not mean you seek suffering. It means you stop organizing your life around avoiding it. You choose meaning over comfort. You choose honesty over emotional insurance. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from acceptance, not protection. Acceptance does not promise emotional safety. It promises emotional clarity. You see what you feel without panic. You allow it without escalation. You trust yourself to endure. Letting go of emotional safety also restores authenticity. You stop hiding behind composure. You allow yourself to be affected. You express yourself honestly, knowing it may cost you comfort. This honesty deepens connection and self-respect. There is also relief here. You no longer have to constantly manage your inner world. You stop monitoring emotions as if they were threats. You let them arrive and leave on their own timeline. The Stoics did not measure a good life by how little it hurt. They measured it by how well it was lived. Pain was not evidence of failure. It was evidence of engagement. When you release the myth of emotional safety, you gain something stronger: emotional confidence. You trust that you can feel deeply and still remain grounded. You stop fearing your own reactions. You stop treating vulnerability as danger. This confidence changes how you move through life. You take risks without armor. You love without guarantees. You speak without rehearsing every possible outcome. You accept that emotional exposure is the price of a full life. The myth promised safety, but delivered anxiety. Acceptance removes the promise and delivers steadiness. As this lesson settles, you notice less urgency to protect yourself from feeling. You allow joy without bracing for loss. You allow sadness without rushing to fix it. You allow fear without letting it lead. Life becomes richer, not because it is safer, but because you are stronger. The Stoics knew this truth well. They did not try to build walls around the heart. They built strength within it. Emotional safety is an illusion. Emotional resilience is real. When you stop chasing safety, you stop living defensively. You stop shrinking your life to avoid pain. You accept that discomfort is part of being human, not a flaw in your strategy. And in that acceptance, peace deepens again. Not the peace of numbness, but the peace of knowing you can meet whatever arises without abandoning yourself. You were never meant to be emotionally safe. You were meant to be emotionally capable. Once you understand that, the fear that guided so many of your choices begins to loosen. And life, in all its uncertainty, becomes something you no longer need to be protected from, only present with. As the illusion of emotional safety falls away, the next sensation often arrives suddenly and without warning. A drop in the chest, a loss of footing, a feeling that something essential has been released too quickly. This is the moment many people describe in the same way, even if they use different words. Letting go feels like falling. This feeling is not imagined. It is real, physical, and deeply unsettling. When you let go of control, the mind loses a familiar reference point. For a long time, effort, vigilance, and management gave you structure. Even when they caused pain, they also provided orientation. When you release them, the nervous system does not immediately feel free. It feels unanchored. Control creates the illusion of ground. You believe that by holding tightly, you are standing on something solid. When you let go, that imagined ground disappears. The body reacts as if you're about to drop. Heart rate increases, thoughts race, doubt floods in. The mind says, "This is dangerous, go back, grab something." The Stoics understood this reaction well. They knew that the fear of letting go is not a sign of danger, but a sign of unfamiliarity. You are not falling into chaos. You are stepping out of a habit that once defined safety. The discomfort comes from transition, not from threat. Letting go feels like falling because control trained your nervous system to associate tension with security. When tension disappears, the system does not recognize calm as safe. It interprets the absence of effort as exposure. This is why rest can feel uncomfortable, why silence can feel heavy, why acceptance can feel like loss before it feels like peace. There is also a loss of identity here. Control often becomes part of who you are. The planner, the fixer, the one who stays ahead. When you let go, these roles loosen. The mind asks, "If I am not managing everything, who am I now?" That question has no immediate answer, and the lack of answer feels like falling. The Stoics did not rush to fill this gap. They allowed it. They trusted that stability would return, not through control, but through alignment. They knew that the mind needs time to adjust to a new way of standing. Falling also carries fear of irreversibility. You worry that once you let go, you cannot go back, that things will unravel, that you will lose something important. This fear is powerful because control promised protection. Even if it never delivered fully, it felt safer than the unknown. But what you are letting go of is not safety. It is the illusion of it. The falling sensation is often strongest just before acceptance deepens. It is the space between gripping and trusting, between managing and allowing, between resistance and alignment. This space feels empty because it is new. The mind has not yet learned how to stand here. The Stoics believed that the mind finds balance again when it stops reaching for certainty. You do not fall forever. You land in a different posture, one that relies on awareness instead of force. Letting go also removes distraction. Control keeps the mind busy. When you stop controlling, silence expands. In that silence, unresolved emotions surface. Old fears speak up. Doubts become audible. This can feel overwhelming, like losing altitude too quickly. But what is really happening is that you are finally present with what was always there. The fear of falling makes many people return to control prematurely. They grab the old habits again, not because they worked, but because they feel familiar. The Stoics warned against this reflex. They encouraged patience during transition. They knew that discomfort does not mean danger. Falling also teaches humility. You realize how much effort was spent trying to stay upright artificially. You see that control was never solid ground. It was tension masquerading as stability. When you allow the falling sensation without resisting it, something shifts. The body begins to relax. The mind stops panicking. You realize that you are not plummeting. You are descending into reality. Reality does not require constant effort to stand in. It supports you differently, through adaptability, through response, through presence. These supports feel unfamiliar at first, but they are stronger than control because they do not depend on force. The Stoics trusted this process. They accepted that letting go would feel destabilizing before it felt freeing. They did not interpret fear as failure. They interpreted it as part of adjustment. Letting go feels like falling because you are leaving a false structure behind. The fear is the sound of old habits collapsing, not of your life collapsing. Over time, the falling sensation passes, not because you grabbed something new, but because you realized you did not need to grab at all. The body learns that calm is safe. The mind learns that uncertainty is survivable. The soul learns that it does not need constant control to exist. You begin to stand in a different way, less rigid, less braced, more responsive, more grounded. The Stoics believed that true stability comes from acceptance, not tension, from flexibility, not grip, from trust in your capacity to respond, not in your ability to predict. If letting go feels like falling, do not rush to stop the feeling. Stay with it. Breathe through it. Let the nervous system learn something new. You are not falling into nothing. You are falling into alignment. And once you land, you will notice something surprising. The ground you feared was gone, was never really gone. It was simply never where you thought it was. Letting go feels like falling because it is the moment you stop holding yourself up with effort and allow life to hold you in a quieter, steadier way. That fall is not the end of control, it is the beginning of trust. And trust, once learned, does not require you to stand tense and alert. It allows you to stand naturally, without gripping, without fear, and without the exhausting need to control what was never meant to be held so tightly in the first place. As the fear of falling finally settles, something unexpected takes its place. Not excitement, not relief in the dramatic sense, but a steadiness that feels unfamiliar at first, a quiet that does not demand attention. This is where many people pause and ask a question they have never asked honestly before. What is peace, really? Most people think peace is the absence of problems, a smooth life, a calm environment, no conflict, no discomfort. But this idea keeps peace always just out of reach, because life does not remove difficulty on request. And waiting for perfect conditions becomes another form of control. The Stoics defined peace very differently. For them, peace was not something the world gives you. It was something you build internally by ending the fight with reality. Peace was not about changing circumstances. It was about changing your relationship to them. Peace, in the Stoic sense, begins when you stop demanding that life feel a certain way before you allow yourself to be calm. You stop postponing peace until after problems are solved. You stop tying it to outcomes, timing, or approval. Peace becomes available now, not later. This kind of peace is active, not passive. It does not require silence or isolation. It can exist in noise, pressure, and uncertainty. It comes from clarity about what belongs to you and what does not. When that clarity is present, the mind stops scattering. The Stoics believed that inner conflict is the true enemy of peace. Not hardship, not loss, not challenge. Inner conflict arises when you want reality to be different from what it is. When you argue with facts, when you resist limits, when you demand guarantees. This conflict consumes energy and creates tension. Peace emerges when that argument ends. This does not mean you approve of everything that happens. Acceptance is not agreement. It is recognition. You acknowledge what is happening without adding resistance. You deal with what is real instead of fighting what you wish were real. The Stoic definition of peace also removes urgency. You no longer feel that everything must be fixed immediately. You respond thoughtfully instead of reacting emotionally. You act where action matters and wait where waiting is wiser. Peace also means emotional steadiness, not emotional numbness. You still feel joy, sadness, anger, and fear. But these emotions no longer control your behavior. They move through without hijacking your decisions. You feel deeply without being destabilized. This steadiness comes from trusting your capacity to respond. When you trust yourself, you stop scanning constantly for threats. You stop bracing for impact. You allow life to unfold without constant supervision. The Stoics trained this peace through daily practice. They reminded themselves of limits. They prepared mentally for difficulty, not to worry, but to remove shock. When hardship arrived, it felt familiar rather than catastrophic. Peace also involves self-respect. You stop forcing yourself to be someone you are not. You stop performing strength. You allow vulnerability without shame. You stop measuring worth by control or success. This peace is quiet because it does not need validation. It does not announce itself. It simply exists as a background steadiness that supports everything else. Many people mistake peace for happiness. Happiness comes and goes. Peace stays. You can be peaceful and still feel sorrow. Peaceful and still face loss. Peaceful and still work hard. Peace is not emotional pleasure. It is internal alignment. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living according to values, not from avoiding discomfort. When your actions align with what you believe matters, the mind rests. Even when outcomes disappoint, you remain grounded. Peace also simplifies life. You stop overcomplicating decisions. You stop second-guessing endlessly. You choose, act, and release. This simplicity reduces mental noise. There is also courage in this peace. You stop needing certainty to move forward. You accept that not knowing is part of living. You take steps without guarantees. This courage is calm, not dramatic. Peace does not isolate you from others. It improves connection. When you are not defensive, you listen better. When you are not controlling, you allow others to be themselves. Relationships become less tense and more honest. The Stoic definition of peace does not promise comfort. It promises coherence. Your thoughts, actions, and values align. When they do, the mind stops fighting itself. This peace is resilient. It does not shatter when plans change. It bends, it adapts. It remains present even when circumstances are difficult. As this understanding settles, you notice a shift. You stop chasing peace as a destination. You stop asking when things will finally calm down. You realize peace was never waiting for conditions to improve. It was waiting for resistance to end. Peace is not the reward for controlling life well. It is the result of accepting life honestly. The Stoics did not retreat from responsibility to find peace. They refined it. They did not escape hardship. They faced it without inner rebellion. This peace does not remove pain, but it prevents pain from turning into chaos. It does not eliminate fear, but it prevents fear from ruling your choices. When you understand peace this way, it becomes accessible in ordinary moments. While waiting, while working, while dealing with uncertainty, while letting go.
Peace becomes something you practice, not something you chase.
And once you experience it, even briefly, you recognize how different it is from numbness or avoidance. It feels alive, clear, steady. This is the Stoic definition of peace. Not silence, not perfection, not control, but alignment with reality, trust in your capacity to respond, and the decision to stop fighting what is already here. From this place, life does not suddenly become easy, but it becomes manageable, and more importantly, it becomes honest. Peace, then, is not a fragile state you protect. It is a grounded way of standing in the world, even when the ground shifts. And when you live from this place, acceptance is no longer something you practice occasionally. It becomes the foundation beneath every step you take. As peace settles into something steady rather than fragile, another pattern becomes easier to recognize. It has been shaping your stress more than you realized, quietly influencing how you relate to every delay, every slow season, every moment that does not move fast enough. Control, at its core, is often a rejection of time itself. Time moves without urgency, without apology, without concern for preference. It unfolds at its own pace. Control struggles with this. It wants acceleration. It wants resolution now. It wants results before the moment is ready to deliver them. When life does not comply, frustration rises, not because something is wrong, but because time refuses to be commanded. Many people experience impatience not as a personality trait, but as resistance to time. Waiting feels unbearable. Slowness feels like failure. Pauses feel like wasted space. Control steps in to fill those spaces with pressure, worry, and forcing. The mind says, "This should be happening faster. I should be further along. This shouldn't take so long." The Stoics recognized this tension clearly. They understood that time is not an obstacle to overcome, but a reality to cooperate with. When you try to control time, you turn every process into a problem. Growth feels too slow. Healing feels delayed. Change feels overdue. You live in constant dissatisfaction because the present moment never measures up to the future you are demanding. Control rejects time by refusing its rhythm. You want outcomes without seasons, answers without patience, transformation without duration. But life does not work this way. Things ripen, skills develop, understanding deepens, acceptance itself unfolds gradually. When you fight this, you exhaust yourself. This rejection shows up as urgency. You feel pressure even when no immediate action is required. You rush conversations. You push decisions. You hurry emotions. You want closure before understanding arrives. Time becomes something you race instead of something you move within. The emotional cost of this is constant restlessness. You are rarely fully here because here feels incomplete. You are always leaning forward, mentally ahead of yourself. The present becomes a temporary inconvenience rather than a place to live. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes patience with time, not passive waiting, but active endurance. They understood that some things cannot be sped up without being distorted. Forcing growth often damages what you are trying to build. Control also rejects time by clinging to the past. You replay moments, wishing they had unfolded differently. You try to rewrite what is already fixed. This is another way of refusing time's movement. Instead of allowing moments to pass, you trap yourself in them. Acceptance restores a healthy relationship with time. You stop asking it to hurry. You stop asking it to go backward. You allow it to move forward without resistance. This does not make you slow or unmotivated. It makes you aligned. When you stop rejecting time, waiting changes shape. It no longer feels like punishment. It becomes part of the process. You use waiting to observe, reflect, and adjust, rather than to worry and force. The Stoics trained themselves to respect time by focusing on the present moment. Not because the present is always pleasant, but because it is the only place action is possible. Regret lives in the past. Anxiety lives in the future. Peace lives in now. Control tries to escape now. It wants later to arrive sooner and earlier to return. Acceptance stays. It works with what is available. It understands that this moment, however imperfect, is sufficient to act within. Rejecting time also creates harsh self-judgment. You compare your pace to imagined standards. You believe you are behind. You pressure yourself to catch up. This pressure rarely leads to better outcomes. It leads to burnout. The Stoics did not measure progress by speed. They measured it by alignment. Are you acting reasonably today? Are you responding with restraint now? Are you learning from what is unfolding? These questions respect time instead of fighting it. When you allow time to exist without resistance, something softens internally. You stop feeling chased. You stop chasing. The body relaxes. The mind settles. You realize that not everything needs to happen immediately to be meaningful. Time also teaches humility. You are reminded that some things unfold beyond your schedule. You are part of a larger movement, not its commander. This realization can feel uncomfortable at first, but it quickly becomes relieving. You no longer carry the burden of acceleration. Acceptance of time does not mean you stop acting. It means you stop forcing outcomes prematurely. You plant, tend, and wait. You act when action is called for and rest when waiting is wiser. The Stoics trusted time because they trusted process. They knew that clarity often arrives after patience, not before. They allowed life to teach them at its own pace. When you stop rejecting time, you stop fighting reality's most constant companion. You allow life to unfold without treating every delay as an error. You stop interpreting slowness as stagnation. Control wanted everything now. Acceptance allows things to arrive when they are ready. This shift changes how life feels. You become less hurried, less pressured, less at war with the clock. You experience moments more fully because you are not rushing past them. Time remains indifferent. It does not adjust for you, but your relationship to it can change completely. When you accept time, you accept process. When you accept process, frustration loosens. When frustration loosens, peace deepens. Control rejected time because it wanted certainty. Acceptance embraces time because it understands that growth, healing, and wisdom all require it. And once you stop fighting time, you discover something simple and grounding. You were never meant to outrun it, control it, or bend it to your will. You were meant to live within it. And when you do, acceptance stops feeling like delay and starts feeling like trust. As acceptance with time begins to settle, another quality quietly takes its place. It does not announce itself. It does not demand recognition. It does not feel dramatic or heroic. In fact, it is often mistaken for weakness. This is endurance, and it is one of the strongest forces a human being can develop. Endurance is not about pushing harder. It is about staying present without collapsing. It is what remains when urgency fades and resistance ends. When you stop trying to force change and stop trying to escape discomfort, endurance naturally appears. Most people misunderstand endurance because they associate strength with action, with movement, with visible effort. Endurance looks still by comparison. It stays, it waits, it continues without noise. That quietness makes it easy to overlook, but it is precisely what allows you to move through difficulty without breaking yourself. The Stoics valued endurance deeply, not as suffering for its own sake, but as the ability to remain steady when circumstances cannot be changed. They understood that some situations require action, but others require staying, and staying is often harder. Endurance begins when you stop asking how to make something end and start asking how to carry it well. This shift changes everything. The mind stops fighting reality and starts cooperating with it. Pain may still be present, but it no longer feels endless because you are no longer exhausting yourself by resisting it. There is a calm honesty in endurance. You acknowledge difficulty without exaggerating it. You do not deny pain, but you do not dramatize it either. You accept the weight of the moment and trust that you can bear it. This trust is not optimism. It is grounded confidence built through experience. Endurance is silent because it does not seek validation. It does not need to prove anything. It does not rush to show results. It simply continues moment by moment without demanding that the moment change. This is why endurance often feels lonely. Others may not see the effort involved. They may mistake your steadiness for ease. But endurance is not easy. It is deliberate. It is a choice made repeatedly when escape would be more tempting. The Stoics believed that endurance strengthens the mind in ways comfort never can. When you learn that you can tolerate discomfort without panic, fear loses much of its power. You stop seeing difficulty as a threat and start seeing it as something survivable. Endurance also protects you from desperation. When you can stay with what is difficult, you do not need to force quick solutions. You do not make reckless decisions just to feel relief. You allow time to work alongside you. This strength grows quietly. Each time you endure without resentment, you build inner stability. Each time you stay present without numbing or escaping, you deepen trust in yourself. Over time, this trust becomes a foundation. Endurance does not mean tolerating harm indefinitely. The Stoics were clear about this. Endurance applies to what cannot be changed, not to what should be addressed. The strength lies in discernment, knowing when to act and when to endure. When endurance is needed, it becomes a form of respect for reality. You stop demanding that life adjust to your preferences. You adjust your posture instead. This adjustment preserves energy and clarity. Endurance also simplifies the mind. You stop asking endless questions about why things are happening. You focus on how to meet them. This focus reduces mental noise and emotional strain. There is dignity in endurance. Not because suffering is noble, but because remaining intact through difficulty is. You do not lose yourself. You do not abandon your values. You do not harden into bitterness. You stay human. The Stoics admired this dignity. They saw endurance as proof of inner freedom. A person who can endure without complaint is not controlled by circumstance. They are anchored internally. Endurance also changes your relationship with time. Instead of rushing toward an imagined end, you live inside the process. You stop counting moments until relief. You learn to exist within difficulty without being consumed by it. This does not make pain disappear. It makes pain manageable. It stops pain from becoming your entire identity. As endurance strengthens, fear weakens. You realize that you do not need immediate comfort to survive. You can sit with discomfort without losing balance. This realization is deeply empowering. Endurance is silent because it does not seek attention. It does not demand recognition. It simply holds. And in holding, it allows change to happen naturally, without force. The Stoics believed that many things resolve not because they are pushed, but because they are endured. Emotions soften. Situations shift. Clarity emerges. Endurance creates the space for these changes. When you stop fighting time, stop chasing certainty, and stop demanding control, endurance becomes possible. It is not something you add. It is something that remains once resistance is gone. This silent strength does not exhaust you. It steadies you. It allows you to continue without burning out. It keeps you grounded when life feels heavy. Endurance also brings compassion. When you know what it takes to stay present through difficulty, you become gentler with others. You stop judging struggles you cannot see. You understand that strength is not always loud. Over time, endurance reshapes how you see yourself. You stop measuring strength by productivity or success. You recognize strength in staying, in holding, in not giving up on yourself. The Stoics did not promise ease, they promised resilience. Endurance is the proof of that promise. When you accept what cannot be changed and endure it without bitterness, you reclaim your power quietly. You stop being pushed around by discomfort. You stop needing life to be easy in order to live well. The silent strength of endurance is not dramatic. It does not feel heroic, but it is one of the most reliable forms of inner freedom. And once you experience it, you realize something important. You do not need to control everything to move forward. You do not need certainty to continue. You do not need comfort to remain whole. You only need the willingness to stay. Stay with the moment. Stay with yourself. Stay aligned with what matters. That is endurance. Quiet, steady, unshaken. And in a world that constantly demands reaction, speed, and force, this quiet strength becomes one of the deepest expressions of acceptance there is. As endurance becomes familiar, something else quietly returns. Energy. Not the frantic kind driven by urgency, but a cleaner, steadier energy that had been drained for years without you noticing. This is one of acceptance's most practical gifts. It stops wasting your strength on battles that were never yours to win, and in doing so, it gives that strength back to you. Most people are tired, not because life is too demanding, but because they are fighting too many invisible wars. Arguing with the past, resisting the present, trying to control other people, managing outcomes, predicting futures, holding tension where none is required. All of this consumes energy, even when nothing is visibly happening. Acceptance ends these silent drains. When you stop resisting what cannot be changed, the mind stops burning fuel on frustration. When you stop demanding certainty, anxiety loosens. When you stop trying to control every outcome, vigilance fades. This does not make life effortless, but it makes effort more efficient. The Stoics understood that energy is finite, attention is finite, willpower is finite. Spending them wisely is a form of wisdom. Acceptance is not laziness, it is prioritization. When acceptance takes root, you begin to notice how much effort was going into things that produced no return. Worry that never solved anything. Anger that never changed anyone. Overthinking that never delivered clarity. These habits feel active, but they are energetically expensive and practically useless. Letting them go does not leave you empty, it leaves you available. Acceptance frees energy by narrowing focus. You stop spreading yourself thin across imagined problems and impossible demands. You focus on what actually responds to effort, your actions, your choices, your values. This focus restores a sense of effectiveness. This is where life begins to feel more intentional. You no longer react to everything. You choose what deserves your attention. This choice is empowering. It reminds you that not everything requires a response. The Stoics believed that tranquility comes from directing effort inward rather than outward. When you stop trying to shape the world to your will, you regain the ability to shape yourself. This internal work produces results that last. Acceptance also reduces emotional fatigue. When you stop fighting reality, emotions move through instead of piling up. You feel sadness without spiraling. You feel frustration without exploding. This regulation conserves emotional energy that would otherwise be spent on escalation. With energy returned, priorities become clearer. You realize what actually matters to you. Relationships, integrity, meaningful work, presence. These things were always important, but they were crowded out by constant mental noise. Acceptance creates space. In that space, values rise naturally. You begin to invest energy where it counts. Instead of worrying about what others think, you focus on how you act. Instead of managing outcomes, you focus on quality of effort. Instead of replaying the past, you engage with the present. This shift often feels subtle at first. You may simply notice that you are less tired, less irritable, less scattered. Over time, the change becomes obvious. You have more patience, more clarity, more capacity. Acceptance also protects against burnout. Burnout is not just overwork, it is misdirected work. When energy is spent on what cannot be changed, exhaustion follows. When energy is spent on what aligns with values, effort becomes sustainable. The Stoics did not believe in endless striving. They believed in measured effort. Do what is yours to do, then rest. Acceptance allows rest without guilt. You no longer feel the need to stay tense to prove commitment. There is also a quiet joy here. When energy is no longer wasted on resistance, moments feel fuller. You notice small things again. Conversations deepen. Work feels more focused. Life feels less rushed. Acceptance does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You stop throwing energy in all directions and start placing it deliberately. This precision increases impact without increasing strain. This is why acceptance often feels like relief before it feels like peace. Relief comes when the unnecessary effort stops. Peace grows when the freed energy is directed toward what matters. Over time, you trust this process. You see that letting go does not weaken you. It strengthens you by conserving what is essential. You stop fearing that acceptance will make you ineffective. You realize it makes you efficient. The Stoics understood that a calm mind is not an idle mind. It is a focused one. Calm allows effort to land where it can actually do good. When acceptance saves energy, life becomes simpler. Not easier, but clearer. You know where to show up. You know where to step back. You stop carrying everything and start carrying what is yours. And in that clarity, you discover something powerful. You have more to give than you thought. Not because you pushed harder, but because you stopped wasting strength on what never needed it. Acceptance does not drain you. Resistance does. When you finally let resistance go, energy returns to its rightful place. And with that energy, you are able to live, choose, care, and endure in ways that feel aligned rather than exhausting. That is when acceptance stops being an abstract idea and becomes a practical tool, one that quietly supports everything that truly matters, without noise, without force, and without burning you out in the process. As energy returns and effort becomes more intentional, another belief quietly loses its authority. A belief that once sounded motivating, even virtuous. The idea that you can fix yourself completely. That with enough discipline, insight, and work, you can finally become a finished version of who you are supposed to be. This is the illusion of total self-improvement. At first, self-improvement feels empowering. You read, reflect, adjust, grow. You become more aware, more capable, more intentional. But somewhere along the way, growth turns into pressure. Improvement becomes an endless project. There is always something else to work on. Another flaw to address. Another habit to optimize. Another version of you that is still not enough. The Stoics warned against this without rejecting growth itself. They understood that progress is real, but perfection is not. When self-improvement becomes totalizing, it quietly replaces acceptance. You stop relating to yourself as a human in process and start treating yourself as a problem to be solved. This illusion creates a subtle form of dissatisfaction. No matter how much you grow, the focus stays on what is missing. You may be calmer than before, wiser than before, more aware than before, yet still restless. Why? Because the goalpost keeps moving. Completion is always just out of reach. Total self-improvement also creates self-surveillance. You monitor your thoughts, you judge your emotions, you analyze your reactions. You rarely let yourself simply be. Even rest becomes another task to do correctly. Growth, which was meant to liberate, starts to feel like another obligation. The Stoics believed that character matters, but they did not believe in erasing human limits. They accepted that certain traits, tendencies, and emotions would always exist. The work was not to eliminate them, but to relate to them wisely. When you chase total self-improvement, you often reject parts of yourself. Fear becomes something to conquer. Sadness becomes something to fix. Anger becomes something to suppress. You lose compassion for your own inner life. Acceptance is replaced with correction. This creates inner conflict. One part of you is always disappointed in another part. The mind never fully rests because it is constantly evaluating progress. Even moments of calm feel temporary because they are measured against an ideal you haven't reached yet. The illusion also affects how you experience time. You live toward a future version of yourself. Once I improve this, then I'll feel at peace. Once I overcome that, then I'll be satisfied. Peace is postponed until the project is complete, but the project never ends. The Stoics took a different approach. They focused on direction, not destination. They asked, are you acting according to reason right now? Are you responding with integrity in this moment? They did not ask if you were finished, because they knew you never would be. Total self-improvement also fuels comparison. You measure yourself against ideals, teachers, or imagined versions of who you should be. This comparison erodes contentment. You may grow faster, but you enjoy growth less. Acceptance does not reject improvement, it reframes it. Growth becomes something that happens alongside self-respect, not instead of it. You improve without despising who you are now. You adjust without invalidating your current state. The Stoics believed that virtue is practiced, not achieved once and for all. Each day presents opportunities to act well. Some days you do, some days you don't. This fluctuation is not failure. It is being human. When you let go of the illusion of total self-improvement, something softens. You stop treating yourself as incomplete. You recognize that growth and acceptance can coexist. You can work on yourself without being at war with yourself. This shift also restores joy. You stop postponing satisfaction until you are better. You allow yourself to appreciate progress without demanding perfection. You experience life as it is, not as a rehearsal for a future version of you. The illusion of total self-improvement also drains energy. Constant self-fixing is exhausting. When you release the need to perfect yourself, energy is freed for living, for relationships, for creativity, for presence. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from becoming flawless. It comes from aligning effort with reality. Reality includes imperfection. It includes setbacks. It includes parts of you that will always require patience rather than correction. Acceptance does not mean you stop learning. It means you stop demanding that learning turn you into someone else. You grow into yourself, not out of yourself. Over time, letting go of this illusion changes your inner tone. You become kinder with your mistakes, more patient with slow change, less reactive to imperfection. This kindness does not slow growth, it supports it. You also become more forgiving toward others. When you stop expecting total improvement from yourself, you stop expecting it from the world. Compassion increases, judgment softens, relationships become less conditional. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop refining and start living. Improvement without acceptance leads to endless dissatisfaction. Acceptance without improvement leads to stagnation. Balance lies between the two. When you release the illusion of total self-improvement, you stop chasing a finished self that does not exist. You allow yourself to be a work in progress without treating progress as a verdict on your worth. This does not make you complacent. It makes you grounded. You act with intention, learn from experience, and continue without self-contempt. Acceptance deepens here in a quiet way. You stop needing to become someone else to deserve peace. You allow peace to exist alongside growth. You realize that you were never meant to perfect yourself. You were meant to live, to learn, to adjust, and to continue. And when that realization settles, self-improvement stops feeling like pressure and starts feeling like participation. Not a race toward completion, but an ongoing relationship with who you are becoming. That is when growth becomes sustainable. Not because you demand more from yourself, but because you finally allow yourself to be human while you grow. As the pressure to endlessly improve begins to ease, another fear quietly steps forward. It has been there for a long time, hiding behind ambition, discipline, and high standards. The fear of being ordinary. And for many people, control becomes the tool they use to outrun that fear. Being ordinary is often treated as a threat. It sounds like failure, like invisibility, like being forgotten. Somewhere along the way, you may have learned that to matter, you must stand out. To be safe, you must be exceptional. To be worthy, you must be impressive. Control offers a way to chase that promise. If you manage everything well enough, optimize yourself enough, and stay ahead enough, you can avoid blending into the background. Control creates the image of competence, of mastery, of someone who has it together. This image feels protective. It separates you from the discomfort of feeling average, uncertain, or replaceable. But maintaining this image requires constant effort. You must stay vigilant. You must not slip. You must not be seen struggling too openly. The Stoics noticed how exhausting this is. They understood that the fear of being ordinary often drives people to live unnaturally. You perform instead of participate. You manage impressions instead of expressing truth. You shape your life to look impressive rather than to feel meaningful. Control feeds this fear by promising distinction. If you can control your life perfectly, you will not be like everyone else. You will rise above unpredictability. You will be admired for your discipline. But this promise comes at a cost. You lose softness. You lose spontaneity. You lose the freedom to be imperfect in public. The fear of being ordinary also distorts how you see others. You compare constantly. You measure your progress against theirs. You feel pressure to keep up or stay ahead. Control becomes a way to protect status, even if that status exists mostly in your own mind. The Stoics took a radically different view. They did not seek to be exceptional in appearance. They sought to be aligned in character. For them, worth was not about standing out. It was about standing rightly, acting with reason, responding with integrity. These qualities are quiet. They do not demand attention. Control tries to build significance from visibility. Stoic acceptance builds significance from consistency. You show up as yourself honestly, without needing to be extraordinary to feel valid. The fear of being ordinary often hides a deeper fear, the fear of being unlovable without achievement. If you are not impressive, will you still be valued? Control becomes a way to earn belonging, to justify your place, to prove you deserve to be here. This fear keeps you tense. You feel watched even when no one is watching. You feel judged even when no one is judging. You become your own harshest evaluator. Control feels like protection, but it is actually surveillance turned inward. Acceptance interrupts this cycle. When you stop trying to control everything, you allow yourself to be seen as you are. This can feel frightening at first. Without control, you may feel exposed. You may feel ordinary, and that is precisely the point where healing begins. The Stoics believed that being ordinary is not a flaw. It is the shared condition of being human. Everyone ages, everyone struggles, everyone fails. Trying to rise above this truth creates separation. Accepting it creates connection. When you release the fear of being ordinary, life becomes less performative. You stop needing to impress. You stop chasing validation through control. You begin to value depth over distinction. This shift also restores humility, not the kind that diminishes you, but the kind that places you accurately among others. You are no longer above or below. You are alongside. This brings relief. You do not have to carry the burden of exceptionality anymore. The Stoics found peace here. They did not need to be special to live well. They needed to be honest, patient, and aligned with reason. This alignment was available to anyone, regardless of status or recognition. Control keeps you busy trying to prove your worth. Acceptance reminds you that worth does not need proof. You exist. You choose how to act. That is enough. When the fear of being ordinary loosens, relationships change. You stop presenting a curated version of yourself. You allow vulnerability. You listen without comparing. You connect without competition. This creates intimacy that control never could. You also become gentler with yourself. You stop demanding constant progress and visible success. You allow slow days. You allow mistakes. You allow yourself to be human without labeling it failure. The Stoics understood that greatness is not loud. It does not announce itself. It is found in how you treat others, how you endure difficulty, how you respond to what you cannot control. These moments rarely attract applause, but they shape character deeply. Letting go of control does not make you less meaningful. It makes your life more real. You stop chasing an image and start inhabiting your experience. The fear of being ordinary fades when you realize something simple and grounding. Ordinary moments are where life actually happens, not in perfection, not in control, but in daily choices, quiet efforts, and honest presence.
You were never meant to be extraordinary at the cost of being yourself. You were meant to live with integrity, not performance.
When you accept your ordinariness, you stop running from it. And in that stopping, you discover a different kind of richness, one that does not depend on standing out. Control promised distinction, but delivered exhaustion. Acceptance offers belonging, not by making you special, but by letting you be real. And when you no longer fear being ordinary, control loses one of its strongest grips. You stop trying to manage life to prove your value. You simply live it, quietly, honestly, fully. And that, the Stoics would say, is more than enough. As the fear of being ordinary softens, another misunderstanding often rises to the surface. A worry that if you let go of control, if you stop gripping outcomes, if you practice acceptance, you will become distant, uncaring, cold. Many people resist Stoic ideas for this very reason. They confuse detachment with indifference. But the Stoics never meant detachment to be a withdrawal from life. They meant it as a way to stay connected without being consumed. Detachment in the Stoic sense is not emotional shutdown. It is emotional balance. It is the ability to care deeply without clinging desperately, to love without trying to possess, to commit without demanding guarantees. This distinction matters because clinging is what creates suffering, not caring itself. Most people attach themselves to outcomes, people and roles, as if losing them would mean losing themselves. This attachment feels like love, responsibility, or loyalty, but it is often fear underneath. Fear of loss, fear of emptiness, fear of change. Control grows from this fear, and with it comes tension. The Stoics saw attachment clearly. They noticed that when you tie your inner stability to things you cannot control, You live in constant vulnerability. Every change becomes a threat. Every loss feels like collapse. Detachment was their way of restoring inner stability without cutting off the heart. Detachment without coldness means you fully engage, but you do not merge your identity with what you engage in. You show up for people, but you do not try to own their choices. You commit to goals, but you do not let results define your worth. You care about life, but you do not demand it behave in specific ways. This kind of detachment feels strange at first. Without clinging, emotions feel lighter, less dramatic. You may worry that something is missing, but what is missing is not love. It is fear-driven intensity. Coldness numbs feeling. Stoic detachment refines it. When you are detached without coldness, you still feel joy, but you do not panic about losing it. You still feel sadness, but you do not drown in it. You still feel love, but you do not try to control the beloved. Emotions move freely because they are not being gripped. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when attachment turns into demand. I need this to stay. I need this person to be a certain way. I need this outcome to happen. Detachment removes the demand, not the care. This is why Stoic detachment actually deepens relationships. When you stop trying to control people, they feel safer. When you stop demanding emotional security from them, connection becomes more honest. You listen more. You allow difference. You respect autonomy. Coldness builds walls. Detachment builds boundaries. Boundaries allow closeness without entanglement. You remain open without being overwhelmed. You give without losing yourself. This balance is rare but powerful. The Stoics practiced detachment by reminding themselves that everything external is temporary, not to create distance, but to cultivate appreciation. When you know something will not last forever, you value it more fully in the present instead of trying to freeze it. This awareness changes how you love. You love with presence, not possession. You enjoy moments without trying to secure them. You allow people to be human without turning their flaws into personal threats. Detachment also protects compassion. When you are overly attached, compassion often turns into control. You try to fix others to ease your own discomfort. Stoic detachment allows you to care without interfering unnecessarily. You support without dominating. There is also self-compassion here. You detach from harsh self-judgment. You stop attaching your worth to performance. You allow yourself to change without labeling it failure. This creates warmth, not coldness. The Stoics did not withdraw from life. They served, loved, taught, governed, and endured. Their detachment allowed them to remain steady under pressure. They could act without panic, care without desperation, and lose without being destroyed. Detachment without coldness also changes how you handle conflict. You stop needing to win every argument. You express your view, then release the need for agreement. You remain respectful without being passive. Calm replaces defensiveness. This does not mean you stop caring about justice, truth, or values. It means you stop attaching your peace to whether others comply. You stand firm without hardening. Over time, this practice reshapes your inner world. You feel less reactive, less possessive, less afraid of change. You still experience life fully, but you are no longer dragged by it. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in this balance, not in detachment that numbs, and not in attachment that enslaves, but in engagement guided by reason and acceptance. When detachment is misunderstood, people fear it will make them distant. In truth, it makes connection possible without fear. Coldness comes from shutting down. Detachment comes from trust. Trust that you can care and still survive loss. Trust that you can love and still remain whole. Trust that you can commit without controlling. As this lesson settles, you notice something subtle. You are less tense in relationships, less afraid of endings, less desperate for certainty. You remain present without gripping. You stop confusing intensity with depth. You realize that depth comes from steadiness, not from clinging. Control fades here because detachment removes its fuel. You no longer need to manage everything to feel safe. You care without collapsing. You engage without losing yourself. This is the Stoic use of detachment, not a cold withdrawal from life, but a warm, grounded way of being in it. You remain open, but not exposed, caring, but not controlled, involved, but not imprisoned by outcomes. And in that balance, acceptance becomes something gentle and strong at the same time. A way of living that allows love, effort, and meaning to exist without fear. Detachment without coldness is not less life. It is life lived without chains, and once you experience it, you realize that letting go was never about becoming distant. It was about finally being able to stay. As detachment becomes warmer and more grounded, another truth begins to surface with painful clarity. Much of what hurts you is not caused by events themselves, but by the fight that follows them. Pain may arrive uninvited, but suffering grows when resistance takes over. This is why the Stoics were so direct about it. Resistance does not protect you from pain. It multiplies it. Pain is part of being alive. Loss, disappointment, illness, rejection, uncertainty, all of these belong to the human condition. They come and go regardless of character or effort. Resistance begins when the mind says, "This should not be happening. This is unfair. This must stop right now." In that moment, pain is no longer just pain. It becomes a battle. The Stoics understood that pain plus resistance equals suffering. When you resist, you add tension to what is already difficult. You tighten around the experience. You replay it mentally. You judge it. You demand explanations. Each layer adds weight. What could have passed through becomes something you carry. Resistance multiplies pain by keeping it alive. When you refuse to accept what is happening, the mind returns to it again and again. You argue with reality long after reality has moved on. The body reacts as if the event is still unfolding. Stress remains elevated. Rest becomes impossible. This resistance often feels justified. You may believe that accepting pain means approving of it, that letting go means giving up. But acceptance is not approval, it is recognition. You acknowledge what is happening without demanding it be different before you allow yourself to respond. The Stoics were clear on this point. Fighting reality is wasted effort. Reality does not negotiate. It does not respond to anger, denial, or resentment. It remains exactly as it is. The only thing that changes is your inner state. Resistance also multiplies pain by isolating you. When you believe your pain should not exist, you feel singled out. You ask why this is happening to you. You feel misunderstood. You pull away. Pain becomes personal and lonely instead of human and shared. Acceptance reconnects you to the truth that suffering is not a punishment. It is not a verdict on your worth. It is part of life unfolding. This understanding softens pain by removing the belief that something has gone wrong with you. Another way resistance multiplies pain is through urgency. You feel pressure to escape discomfort immediately. You rush decisions. You distract compulsively. You numb yourself. These reactions often create secondary problems: regret, exhaustion, avoidance. that add more pain on top of the original one. The Stoics taught patience with discomfort, not passive endurance, but calm allowance. They believed that when pain is allowed without judgment, it often lessens on its own. The body relaxes, the mind stops escalating, space opens. Resistance also feeds fear. When you resist pain, you teach the mind that pain is dangerous. The next time discomfort appears, fear arrives faster. You become anxious not just about pain, but about the possibility of pain. Life begins to feel threatening even when nothing is wrong. Acceptance breaks this cycle. When you allow pain without panic, the mind learns that pain is survivable. It loses its power to intimidate. You stop bracing against the future. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on what could be controlled. You cannot stop pain from arriving, but you can stop adding to it. You can choose not to insult yourself with thoughts of injustice. You can choose not to relive the moment endlessly. You can choose how to carry it. Resistance also distorts memory. Painful experiences become sharper and heavier when replayed with anger and resentment. Acceptance allows memory to soften. The event remains, but its emotional charge fades. This does not mean pain disappears. It means pain does not become your entire landscape. It takes its place among other experiences instead of dominating them. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from avoiding pain, but from ending unnecessary struggle. When you stop fighting what already exists, energy returns, clarity returns, choice returns. Acceptance also restores dignity. You stop begging reality to change. You stop collapsing into complaint. You meet difficulty with composure. This composure does not deny pain. It contains it. Over time, you notice the difference clearly. Two people face similar hardship. One resists, and the pain spreads into bitterness, anger, and exhaustion. The other accepts, and the pain remains localized. It hurts, but it does not poison everything else. The Stoics did not promise a painless life. They promised a life with less self-inflicted suffering. Resistance is the source of that extra suffering. When you stop resisting, pain stops multiplying. It stops recruiting allies. It stops spreading into every corner of your life. You feel what you feel. You do not add commentary. You do not demand explanations. You do not turn pain into identity. This practice is not easy. The habit of resistance is deep. But each time you notice yourself fighting reality and soften instead, suffering decreases. Acceptance does not mean liking what happens. It means allowing what happens to be real. From that reality, you act with clarity instead of desperation. The Stoics believed that the mind's greatest freedom is the ability to say, "This is here, and I can still choose how to respond." That choice is where pain stops multiplying. When resistance ends, pain becomes manageable. It rises and falls. It moves through instead of settling in. Life remains imperfect. Difficulty still appears, but suffering no longer grows unchecked. And that is the quiet power of acceptance. Not that it removes pain, but that it prevents pain from becoming more than it needs to be. When you stop resisting, you stop feeding suffering. You meet reality without adding fuel. And in that meeting, pain loses its grip. Not because it vanished, but because you finally stopped fighting it. As resistance loosens and pain stops multiplying, another habit quietly begins to fade. One that has caused more tension, more regret, and more unnecessary conflict than most people realize. The need to have the last word. It often feels small, almost harmless. But beneath it lives a deep struggle with control. Wanting the last word is rarely about truth. It is about relief. Relief from feeling misunderstood, from feeling dismissed, from feeling powerless. The final sentence feels like a way to regain balance, to close the loop, to prove something, even if only to yourself. But the Stoics understood something most people learn too late. Closure does not come from the last word. It comes from letting the need for it go. When you need the last word, you tie your peace to another person's response. You wait for agreement, acknowledgement, or silence to feel settled. Until that happens, the mind stays active. You replay the exchange. You rehearse what you should have said. You imagine better endings. The conversation ends, but the conflict continues inside you. This is the hidden cost. The need for the last word keeps arguments alive long after they are over. It turns disagreement into identity defense. It pushes you to speak, not because it is useful, but because silence feels like losing. And that fear of losing is where control quietly re-enters. The Stoics did not avoid disagreement. They avoided entanglement. They understood that not every misunderstanding can be resolved, and not every point needs to be clarified. Trying to force resolution often creates more friction than clarity. There is wisdom in knowing when to stop. When you insist on the last word, you assume that understanding must be mutual for peace to exist. But peace does not require consensus. It requires self-alignment. You do not need others to agree with you to move forward honestly. The Stoics believed that once you have acted with integrity and spoken reasonably, your responsibility ends. What others do with your words is no longer yours. Continuing to argue only hands your calm over to forces you cannot control. Silence in this sense is not defeat, it is discernment. Not every correction is necessary. Not every misunderstanding is yours to fix. Not every opinion deserves a response. When you respond to everything, you give everything power over you. The need for the last word often comes from fear of being misjudged. You worry that if you do not clarify, others will misunderstand who you are. But the Stoics understood that your character is revealed through consistency, not through explanations. You do not need to defend yourself in every moment. Time speaks louder than arguments. There is also humility in letting go of the final say. You accept that you may not be understood fully, that others may walk away with their own version of events. This acceptance is uncomfortable, but freeing. You stop carrying the burden of managing perception. The wisdom here is not about withdrawal, it is about proportion. Speak when it matters. Explain when it helps. But know when continued speaking serves only the ego's need to feel right. The Stoics valued truth, but they valued tranquility more, not because truth is unimportant, but because endless conflict erodes the mind. They understood that some truths do not need to be enforced. They can simply be lived. Letting go of the last word also protects relationships. Many bonds are damaged not by disagreement, but by insistence. The need to win, to correct, to finalize. When you release that need, conversations soften. Space opens. Respect grows. This does not mean you avoid difficult conversations. It means you enter them without needing control over how they end. You express yourself honestly. Then you release the outcome. The last word often promises relief, but delivers tension. Silence, chosen wisely, often delivers relief without the fight. There is strength in knowing that your worth does not depend on having the final sentence, that your position does not collapse if it is not acknowledged, that your peace does not require validation. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves that other people's judgments are external. You can influence them, but you cannot command them. Trying to do so through argument only drains energy and invites frustration. When you stop needing the last word, you reclaim that energy. You stop rehearsing. You stop replaying. You stop carrying conversations longer than they need to be carried. This creates inner quiet. Over time, you notice a shift. You speak more deliberately. You listen more carefully. You choose silence not out of avoidance, but out of wisdom. You respond less impulsively. You stop escalating situations that never needed escalation.
Letting go of the last word does not mean letting go of your voice. It means using your voice without chaining your peace to its reception.
The Stoics believed that true authority comes from self-mastery. A person who can remain silent when provoked is not weak. They are free. They are no longer pulled by the need to correct, to dominate, or to justify. This freedom changes how conflict feels. It becomes less personal, less consuming, less urgent. You engage when it matters and disengage when it doesn't.
You stop arguing to feel whole.
You realize something quietly powerful. Most battles do not need to be won. Most points do not need to be made. Most conversations do not need a perfect ending.
Peace does not come from the last word. It comes from the last attachment being released.
And when you let that attachment go, acceptance deepens again. You stop fighting for closure in conversations. You stop needing agreement to move on. You speak with clarity. You act with integrity. And then you let go.
That is the wisdom of not needing the last word. Not silence born of fear, but silence born of strength.
A strength that knows when enough has been said.
A strength that trusts truth without forcing it.
And a strength that chooses peace over proving. Again and again, quietly, without regret. As the need to defend every thought and conversation fades, a deeper truth quietly rises to the surface. One that sits beneath control, beneath anxiety, beneath the endless effort to manage life perfectly. Control at its deepest level is often a refusal to face one simple reality: that everything ends. Mortality is not something most people think about directly. It is uncomfortable. It disrupts routines. It challenges priorities. So instead of facing it, the mind builds systems to forget it. Control is one of those systems. If you can manage everything, plan everything, and stabilize everything, then perhaps you can keep change, loss, and endings at a distance. But no amount of control stops time. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from trying to live as if death were optional. Not consciously, but subtly. You act as if there will always be more time to fix things, more time to prepare, more time to get it right. Control supports this illusion by making life feel indefinitely adjustable. When you control, you delay reckoning. You postpone acceptance. You keep telling yourself that once everything is in order, you will relax, enjoy, and live fully. But order is never complete, and time does not wait for readiness. Control denies mortality by promising permanence. If I hold this together, it won't change. If I plan carefully, nothing will be lost. If I manage well enough, I can avoid endings. This belief is comforting, but false. And because it is false, it creates constant tension. The Stoics did not see mortality as morbid. They saw it as clarifying. Knowing that life is finite sharpens attention. It brings urgency to what matters and softness to what does not. Control blurs this clarity by encouraging endless postponement. When you deny mortality, you overinvest in trivial conflicts. You cling to grudges. You chase approval. You waste energy on outcomes that will not matter. Control keeps you busy so you do not have to ask the harder questions. How do I want to live? What deserves my time? What can I let go of now? Mortality answers these questions quietly, without force. The fear underneath control is not just fear of uncertainty. It is fear of impermanence. Things change. Bodies age. Relationships shift. Roles end. Control tries to freeze these movements, but freezing life makes it brittle. What cannot bend eventually breaks. The Stoics trained themselves to remember death regularly, not to scare themselves, but to live honestly. They believed that denying mortality leads to shallow living. Accepting it leads to depth. When you accept that everything ends, control loses much of its grip. You stop trying to perfect what is temporary. You stop clinging to what cannot stay. You begin to value presence over possession. Control also denies mortality by inflating importance. Every mistake feels catastrophic. Every delay feels urgent. Every outcome feels final. When you remember that life is finite, perspective returns. Not everything deserves your energy. Not every battle matters. Not every fear is worth your attention. The Stoics believe that awareness of death humbles the ego. You realize you are not the center of everything. You are a participant in a brief moment of time. This realization is not diminishing. It is freeing. You no longer have to carry the weight of making everything permanent. Acceptance of mortality softens attachment. You still care, but you care differently. You appreciate without gripping. You love without trying to freeze moments. You engage fully because you know moments pass. Control avoids this truth because it hurts. Letting go of the fantasy of permanence feels like loss, but clinging to the fantasy creates ongoing anxiety. You are always trying to preserve what is already slipping. The Stoics chose the cleaner pain, the pain of truth instead of the pain of illusion. When you stop denying mortality, you stop treating life as a project to be completed. You stop asking when things will finally settle. You realize they won't, and that realization brings peace rather than panic. Mortality also brings forgiveness. You stop holding on to resentment as if there will always be time to resolve it later. You stop postponing honesty. You stop assuming tomorrow is guaranteed. Control thrives on the idea of endless adjustment. Mortality reminds you that time is limited. This reminder makes acceptance urgent in the best way, not rushed but focused. You begin to choose more carefully. You stop managing appearances. You stop overthinking small things. You invest energy in what aligns with values rather than what feeds anxiety. The Stoics believed that remembering death makes life lighter, not heavier. You stop trying to hold everything. You carry what matters and release the rest. Control denies mortality by pretending life can be mastered. Acceptance acknowledges mortality and responds with wisdom. You do not waste effort trying to dominate what cannot be dominated. As this lesson settles, fear changes shape. It no longer drives frantic control. It becomes a quiet respect for time. You move with intention rather than urgency. You stop delaying peace until everything is resolved. You stop waiting for the perfect moment. You live now, imperfectly, honestly. Mortality does not take meaning away. It gives meaning urgency. The Stoics knew that the awareness of death does not weaken the will, it strengthens it. You act more courageously when you know time is limited. You love more deeply when you know nothing lasts forever.
Control was an attempt to forget this truth. Acceptance allows you to live with it.
When you stop denying mortality, you stop fighting life's most basic condition. You stop demanding permanence from what is temporary. You stop clinging to what must pass. And in that acceptance, something profound happens. Life feels more real, more vivid, more worth your attention. You were never meant to control life forever. You were meant to participate in it briefly, honestly, and fully. Control tried to make you immortal in small ways. Acceptance reminds you that being human is enough. And once you allow that truth in, the need to dominate, manage, and secure everything begins to loosen. Not because you gave up, but because you finally understood what was never yours to hold in the first place. You were never meant to hold life in a tight grip. You were meant to meet it with clear eyes, steady hands, and a willing heart. Control promised safety, certainty, and relief, but it quietly demanded your peace in return. The Stoics showed a different way, a way that does not fight time, deny loss, or exhaust the soul, a way that accepts what cannot be changed, focuses on what can, and finds strength in endurance, calm, and honesty. Acceptance is not giving up. It is putting down the weight you were never designed to carry. It is choosing presence over prediction, trust over tension, and wisdom over force. When you stop trying to control everything, life does not fall apart. It opens, and in that opening, you finally have the space to live instead of manage. If something in this message stayed with you, if one idea landed a little deeper than the rest, share it in the comments. Write the word acceptance and tell us what you are learning to let go of. Your reflection might be exactly what someone else needs to read. And if you want more calm, clarity, and stoic wisdom to help you navigate life without burning yourself out, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. We're building a space for people who want strength without hardness and peace without escape. You don't need to control everything to live well. You only need to choose how you meet what comes.